Cross yourself. Forever.
Shoreline Super shattered $4.99. No.
Oops. No. 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 Where am I? There I am. All right. Oh, I look like this? Okay. I guess I look like this today. I'm gonna downgrade the camera real quick. Don't look at that. It's normal. You have to give me a second. I made a mistake. I'm gonna get right. Y'all ready for the long haul? 'Cause we out here. Who's on me? Who's on me? What is that? All right. Everything's in order. I think we got this. I got your song requests so far. I got Cross Yourself Forever, No, and Scepter. Let me double check, make sure I'm not missing anything. We're good to go. Also, Girth tipped $5 with no request. Thank you, Girth. Huh. Interesting. Interesting to see you all here. Don't know why you would be here. Seems a lot of you are misinformed. Maybe you thought a show was happening? Kind of embarrassing, really. You've made yourselves look like fools who know nothing. Because the truth of the situation is the show's over. Where'd my big boom go? 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 There it is. What's up, y'all? Welcome to Show's Over, people. I was fat. I'm gonna play some songs for a little while. Welcome to Show's Over, the only show that's over, people. We got big show that's over for you tonight. You'll get Dane when I'm good and ready to give you to him. I'm gonna kill everyone who asks about Dane. Guys, I can't force Dane to come immediately. He knows when he knows the show's happening. You know how the show goes. You're gonna give me a complex. Nice choice, John. Good night, Pro Zilch.
Prozilch super chatted $10. Gotta get some sleep. Good night, everyone. God bless Tony.
Dane, 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 Dane. We're gonna get Dane. Hey Tony, can you dance without the C? Guys. I want Dane here more than any of you. Don't even front. I was into Dane before y'all even heard of him. I'm the originator of the Alaska charter of the Dane fan club, so don't play yourself. He knows. He's aware. We've been messaging all day. I hope he comes. If he doesn't, I'll be sorely upset. He just messaged me. Hold on. He said he'll be that way soon. So can you show some restraint? Show that you have a modicum of patience and enjoy the greatest music you've ever heard in the meantime. This is unbelievable. fat. Hi guys. Welcome to Show's Over, the only show that's over. I'm your host, Hello Listener, aka Gregory Tasmania Esquire P. Arundinacia the Majestic. Oh, silly name. Well, you don't get to choose your name. And that's my name. It's always been my name. You can call me Young Earth. Call me Tapped In. You call me Seymour Supreme. Call me Chad Hominum. Or you could just call me Tony. Just don't call me late for Show's Over. Will somebody start picking some things? I'm getting a bunch of things from some gay guy telling everyone to freaking
Mark, pick a good
to
one.
do his job for him. Whew. You pick Enamored and Safe? All right. Now, Maria, you got to pick one. You ain't got to pay for Maria's picks. Maria is my wife, dog. Enamored and Safe. Grateful, feeling grateful to see you all here. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. The fact that you're here means you made it through the week. You've done it. Despite all the setbacks, the trials, here you are with us, waiting for Dane. We have one goal today, and that is to speak to Dane. Orc, nice. And he said he'll be here. And if Dane ain't a man of my word, then I ain't got him. I got him all wrong.
Gregory Tasmania, Esquire the Majestic, also Orc.
I got you, Sir Gregory Tasmania, Esquire the Majestic. Thank you for writing it all out. I immediately forgot every word I said after I said it. So that was nice. That was a cool memory. Remember? So, yeah, we're hoping. I know that Dane will be here because I see something in Dane. I see a man of his word. I see a man of action. I see a man of principles. I see a man who's not afraid to speak his mind. Dane. And as the leader of the Alaska Charter of the Dane Fan Club, it is one of my dreams. It's been my dream for over 24 hours to have him on my show. Not 24 hours, for almost 14 hours now. It has been my lifelong dream to have Dane on my show that's over. You started typing while you were like trying to catch it like a stenographer. Like he's about to say something wild, dude. Dane will be here. If I know Dane, and I do, he will be here. In the meantime, what should we do? Should we get into the music or what? I don't know. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maria, did you do your request?
That was Mark.
What?
It said Mark.
Oh, it said Mark? What was Mark's request?
He didn't pick one
Hey, yo, Marcus. Let me get that request, dog. Hey, Dan. That's just a 42-year-old thing that only I can do. It's like I get interrupted by John Goodman. Hey, Dan. I already know.
Request, you know it, you love it. Do I even need to name it? Every week. Get glurmed.
And I knew you were going to pick safe mode, Light of Tabor. I almost feel like we should release it on Neo Byzantium. I'm not into third verses. But we'll do like a solo Mark song too. Yo, get ready for Neo Byzantium. I don't know if you guys have been catching. Let me put some background music on. Here we go. This will do. I think you called it Music is Hard. No, it's called Hard Music.
I think you called it Music is Hard or something along those lines.
Alright. I got you, bro. Tony got dainty. I'm not dainty. You're dainty. I don't know if y'all been catching Freestyle Friday. I'm disappointed in you if you haven't. But over at the Light of Tabor channel, mods, please post this man's link. Please give this man his flowers. Every Friday before Ortho Thugs, he does Freestyle Friday. And if this man is not one of the most talented MCs you've ever seen in your life, then you're lying. Then you're a great big liar. This man is so good. There's a reason I chose to work with him on a music project when I don't work with people. I don't really like working with people, but I'm going to work with him because he's brilliant. And we're going to make Neo Byzantium. Stay tuned for it. And subscribe to Light of Tabor and catch Freestyle Fridays every Friday before Ortho Thugs. And he just keeps getting better too. It's freaky. It's freaky how good he's getting.
At Super Shattered $1.99, Jimmy cracked corn emoji.
All right. That seems like a decent amount. I guess we could start the day or the night. Waiting on Dane. I'm afraid to open a Twitter tab because this computer is on the rocks, man. We're gonna make some amazing stuff. All right, Jimmy. Dane is coming. Guys, Dane is coming. Dane is a man of his word. Dane will not tell me he's coming and then not come. I know Dane. If I know one thing, it's Dane. I'm his biggest fan, and as his biggest fan, I believe that he is a man of his word. Y'all ready to start these musical songs? Y'all ready to start these musical songs? I'll try and say that a little cooler. Y'all ready to transcend, nigga? Nah. It was worse. Alright. The first song is Cross Yourself. That's a good way to get the night started. Wait, let's listen to this for 1 second. Don't curse, Hayes. I hope I can help. I hope Dane doesn't curse a lot. It's really uncomfortable when people come on my show and curse. Whoa, I'm glowing. Guys, I'm glowing. It's beautiful. Whoa. I got you, bro.
Please play Top Ramen.
Yo, I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm excited for a wonderful night. I love you guys. And I'm grateful that this gets to be my life, that I get to have this for a life. Thank you. Dane, 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 Dane. He's gonna get a king's welcome when he shows. All right. The first song is Cross Yourself.
YouTube thumbnails full of smut. Some things you gotta just stay away from. Scroll while they
I
try
got
to
you,
hit the
Maria.
lust. Hit the lust button, make you do something dumb. How are you supposed to live chaste? Advertise execs hit you every which way. Turn you to a Kuma for the state. Better you should go blind and masturbate. Let me just speak it from the top. No sugarcoat, no whitewash. You're not meant to live like a dog.
Yo, when Dane shows up,
Looking
let me
for
know.
Stump to hump till the epilogue. Try to keep your mind
Also,
on better things.
the orb is open. If anybody wants to jump in, they can.
Images that got you panting. Don't give Lucifer.
I knew you were going to do that,
Hayes.
Hayes.
Reaching for the images of his recruit's print. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare.
Hi, Franny. Hi, Franny. Hi, buddy.
Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer.
Here go, boy.
Pray the Lord
Here go,
gives you
boy.
strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. The world gets uglier every day. Uninspired buildings littering the landscape. There's no beauty in the modern age.
Am I live on Rumble, Gorilla?
Ugly is the spirit of the age. Ugly is the way that the people behave. Ugly the philosophies they claim. Ugly are the things that they do with their pain. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord.
I want to be like this.
Not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Whatever's going on,
Next, Bo.
whatever they're doing to you.
Try and do that dance with me, guys.
Whatever's going on, whatever's going on. Whatever's going on.
Let's get ready. Get ready to do the dance.
Whatever they're doing it to you. Whatever's going on, whatever's going on. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair.
Nice, you did it, Girth. Good job. That folder was good for background music. Let me see what else is in there. Maria gave me rice, but I'm not 100% tired just yet, so I'll wait. Here's a song you never heard. Here's a song you probably never heard. I'll just play this for a minute. I think the lyrics aren't finalized, but It's still a nice little song.
They devote themselves to telling you you're wrong.
It's vulgar.
Hating you
Okay.
is a moral obligation. If you're not angry like us, then you're part of the problem.
This is called Bopla. B-O-P-L-A. I think this is the first time you've ever heard it. Made a long time ago.
They're convinced their hate of you is justified. They don't understand the nature of this ride. This is not just opinions. They need you to justify their life. You can stand your ground to say nothing at all. They will find a way to blame you for their fault. You are just a prop to us. We will make you learn to play along.
Well, that made me dizzy. Oh, speaking of which, wait, is Monday spin sesh? Monday's spin sesh. Monday we end the show with a spin sesh. I don't see you in the orb if you're in the orb, brother. Bill, are you in the orb? Because I don't see you. All right, so that wasn't a request. That was just something I saw and got excited about playing for you. The next song is Forever. Someone requested it, and it's going to be playing. I don't see you in the orb, so if you are in the orb, you're going to have to wait.
first mistake.
Of course, John.
Acting like you won't live forever. Acting like it's fate. And that death is the end, but it isn't. There's your next mistake. Acting like you gon' live forever. Brother, death awaits. And it's closing in and it's terrible. Stop acting brave. It's a curse, it's nothing to laugh at. This is not the way. We were all meant to live forever. And it's still the case. We still gonna live forever.
I don't get drunk.
Only now we make
I don't drink.
our home with the snakes and devils. Forever.
Will somebody jump in this orb just so I can see if it works? I'm
I got
worried.
more to say. God has made a way for forever, far from the grave, in a place of peace and perfection. To those who will wait, done the days of love and repentance, holding on to faith. He will open the gates of heaven. We all go astray. We all show ourselves to be rebels, but our God is great, and He'll take us back if we let Him. All the blood and pain that has ruled the day since we left Him will be washed away, and we'll understand what we're meant for. Little one, that one, oh, there's no
Nice. Okay, I see you. Hold on, you're muted. The song's almost over.
forever. Forever.
That reminds me of another song that I think I released. Let me just check if I released it real quick. Oh, did I put Top Ramen on the list? Yes, I did. Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to see if I released this song. It reminds me of another song. By the way, hi everybody. Hello, John Castle. Hello, John Castle. What up, Ninja Spades? What up, John Castle? What up, Hayes to the Kush? And dang, Jessica Bowman, aka LeBron James. Welcome everybody to the show. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Give me 1 second. Team? No. Good enough? No. Babylon, a fundamental change, unencumbered. What is that song is it No? No. Overture? It's this song that's kind of like that song that I just played. That's like kind of, it has a really cool thing going on where it goes, are you brave enough to pray that He takes your will away? Are you willing to change everything? Don't, 'cause a better day will come. It's Fears. It's called Fears. Did I ever release Fears? I don't know if I did. I guess I didn't. That's weird. I thought I would have by now. Did I ever release Fears? What up, Girth, Wind, and Fire? What up, Eclipse? I guess I didn't release that song. That's weird. All right. Anyway. So the orb is working. That was Forever. And hi. And hello and farewell. Goodbye. Can I play Fears? I'm playing Fears. And then I'll play the next request. See it anywhere. Dane says he's getting his links together. Dane update. Quick Dane update. He's getting his links together. So, shouldn't be long now. Dane's about to have an overnight career, yo. Dane's about to have an overnight career. All right. What we talk about? Oh, so do you want Moon Lab or nationalism? I was talking about this on a group chat on Wednesday on my private members only Discord that you can join if you become a member. We were talking about it, and I feel like everybody's constantly like checking my G by seeing if I'll play nationalism. Like, will he do it? Will he play the song? And it's like, it's a double-edged sword because you're also testing me getting my channel deleted. So it's like, us on the far right, we have this weird thing where it's like, say the thing that will get you kicked off, otherwise you're fake. Do the thing that will get your channel removed, or we're going to, or we don't believe you. And it's like, so what you're saying is, in order to prove myself to you, I have to destroy my career? Think about it. Just think about it. I'm not saying don't request nationalism. I'm just saying think about it. Moon Lab or nationalism? We could do a vote. National Lab. Good to see everybody. What up, Sweater? What up, Zorched? What up, Chortler? Dang, Susan Griffith. What up? Lore Static Studio. Dang, what up? Eek. What up, Eek? Reminds me of that cat. All right. The next request is No. I hope I named it No. And I think this is the first time this song's been requested, so this is kind of exciting. Let me update the request board. Say the N-word or else you're racist. No, I mean, I don't know, dude. It's just something I was talking about on the Discord. It was like, you know, it's just something I was thinking about, you know? If I do play it, don't get mad if I mute words that might get me in trouble. So I keep getting worse and worse at doing that. I am looking thin, Zorge. Thanks for noticing. I just noticed that today. Me and Jimmy were getting ready to do Orthothugs, and I was like, I'm skinnier than I used to be. When did that happen? I've been eating like an enormous porpoise. Pecan pie a lot. I've been eating a lot of pecan pie. It's winter. I'm getting cozy. It's winter, and your boy's getting cozy. The next song is No.
go to run. Saw a million of them trying, they all had the same outcome. Guess there's really no point in trying to win this one. I see you won't tell me what this means.
It's on 12 Normal Songs.
Got all these eyes, but they can't see. When all of them stare, better say your prayer. No, you're not meant for joy. You're not meant for peace. You're not meant to love. You're not meant to lead. You're not meant for this. You were meant to die. Don't forget your place. Do not leave my side. I don't want this world. I would not trust peace. If it came my way, I would surely flee. I'm not meant for this. Till the day I die, I reject the world. 'Cause the world's a lie.
All right. How's everybody feeling? Everybody happy? Y'all have a good week? You did it. You made it to the dang end of the week, yo. I'm proud of all y'all. I'm proud of everybody here. You did it. You did it. There's no small feat. Honestly, not a small feat. Getting through the week in this cold world. You made it to the weekend. You get to go to church. You get to make it right and get back out there and try again. Gertz says play Moonlab, both Moonlab and Nationalism. I bet. You heard the man. I wish I could hack my biome like Tony. What does that mean? What'd that mean? Anybody could jump in the orb in the meantime. It's not reserved for Dane. This isn't just a show where I have celebrities on. You don't have to be famous to come hang out. Like Dane. Okay, fine. Nobody talk to me? Fine. Next song. And I'm feeling some type of way. You unfatted yourself with pecan pie, you hacked your biome? That's true, I guess I kind of did. But I was fatter last week. I was fatter than ever last week. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I was stressed out for a while, so I was eating a lot. I don't know. I need to get thin. Everybody on Twitter was saying, if you're fat, nobody should listen to you. They were making fun of fat people, and they were saying, don't listen to fat people. I was like, I can't be fat, otherwise, you know, I'm a hello listener. If you can't listen to me, then who are you gonna listen to? I gotta stop being fat. I gotta make it a priority. Also, war's coming. I gotta get strong. We gotta fight. We gotta get ready to fight. Hey, somebody's here. All right, and I think I know. Oh, what up, man? All right, hold on. Let me put you in the dang orb. Oh, that's a different orb. What's going on with your orb? Hold on. And that's fine, and don't worry about it. Welcome to the orb, Ivan. Hold on, I'm turning your mic on. What up, bro?
What's up?
Chilling out. How you doing?
Great. I was actually enjoying your stream quite a bit. I was cooking, I was listening to your beats. Life is good, man.
Good to hear, man. I've been really enjoying your streams lately. Honestly, I was mad because you became a apostate for a moment, but you've come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, yeah, and zeal too. It's just, bro, sometimes it gets a little bit too hard. You know, financial troubles, you trying to do your best, and the devil's like they're biting at your ankles, and nothing seems to go right. But at the end of the day, it's like you know that scene in the Lord of the Rings when like the second one, the Uruk-hais are like breaching the castle. King Theoden, he's already like losing hope, and Aragorn goes up to him and says, "Ride out with me."
Yeah. Yeah, man.
That's what we need.
That's right.
That-
What happened? What happened that kind of started to make you wrestle with orthodoxy? I never saw that before.
okay, if you there is a video that goes into depth in my channel if you want to watch it. But if I have to like describe it very briefly, like I was struggling with the theology of art in the sense of like I'm very close to let's say groups that are around Jonathan Pajot, and like that's how I came to orthodoxy. Like it was like the Peterson Pajot pipeline, and like I was always into let's say art and thinking about art, the philosophy of art, and all of that. I started advertising. Like I'm an aspiring screenwriter, so the deal with me was like if I have to make if my art has to be an icon of God, right? This means that I have to purify myself before I make art, right? But I cannot wait to become a saint until I start producing art. So my art will naturally have a lot of, let's say, imperfections, right? It will have a lot of my own spirituality coming into it. So my let's say mistake was in believing that like if I were to offer anything good to God, if I were to make any good art, that it would just be like on God, right? On God in terms not just of like the divine inspiration, but rather the authorship, right? It would be like, yeah, I was only able to do this because like God allowed me to do it. So in the end, like that that made me think that it was kind of tyrannical, right? It's like idolatry is on you, but like making good stuff is actually just God. And like I was trying to be too pious, and I forgot, let's say, basic theology about the will, about like natural will, about you offering something good, you having something to offer, not God because he needs it, but rather like your fellow man, like you having something within you that is actually able to collaborate and synergize with God. It was like me trying to be too humble and say, okay, like if God was the one to inspire me, like how can I claim it to be mine? Like how could it be anything genuinely mine? There would be nothing that is actually mine. That was my mistake, and it led me to very like deep, nihilistic route because I wanted to like be able to make something that I could call my own. I wanted to say that look, this is something good that I have to offer, right? Not out of pride, not out of just like, oh, this is all me, no thanks to God, right? But out of a place of understanding, like, bro, I want to feel like I'm competent in life. I want to feel like life has like real meaning, and if we're always postponing it forward, it's like it's Gnosticism. It's like you're never good enough. Like you should basically go in a cell, become a monk. Like don't even get married. Like that's for suckers, right? Like it becomes so detached. Like the image becomes so detached from God that you cannot even live. It's like nothing you can do is ever good enough, right?
That's a interesting place to get caught in. It sounds like you were really in your head about this stuff. I remember when I first became Orthodox, I kind of like stopped doing a lot of stuff for a while, and it was more just to kind of, I don't know, it was to get my mind right. But like I don't have any of these thoughts that you're talking about. Like I remember there was points where I did, where I worried about, the things I'm making and the things I'm doing, are they acceptable? Is it okay for me to do it? Must I be completely purified before I can create? And it's just like, it's a weird mental place to go because it kind of dismisses all of the human experience. And it's like, no, I'm a human being. I'm in the world. I'm not perfect. We're not all called to be monks. And so I'm doing what I do, and I'm doing the best I can. And hopefully, I'm not going to be able to present as perfect, and I think that is the fear of presenting as imperfect because you are going to misrepresent Christ that used to cripple me. I'd be like, oh, dude, I can't do anything because I'm a scumbag, And so if I'm trying to speak and I'm essentially speaking for orthodoxy in many ways in my life, and I'm not a perfect example of orthodoxy, then I shouldn't speak at all, but none of us are. Nobody. So once you come to that, then you're just like, look, I'm going to live my life. I'm going to follow God. I'm going to trust God, and I'm going to do what I'm able to do because I still exist. I still exist in this world, and hopefully these things will just come through naturally.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. The thing is that, like, for example, certain disciplines have their own guardrails, right? Because, like, if you're an iconographer, for example, and you're, let's say, trying to copy tradition, of course that part of you will, like, come through, right, in your own icons, right? But the problem for me is, like, what if you're trying to, let's say, make a film? Like, what if you're trying to, let's say, make a film that is not just like Christian propaganda in like the Protestant kind of like Bible thumping way, but rather like I want to tell a story where Christ is in the story, not as a character, but rather as a spirituality, where the values themselves are Christian, and you look at yourself and you're like, yeah, but I'm nothing like Christ. It's like, who am I to even begin to preach Christ? It's like at the same time you see the need for that, and you're torn because your heart tells you, look, I want to produce art that elevates people. I want to make art that like brings people closer to God, and here I am like struggling with it and feeling like it's impossible because like if you try to, I don't know if you've seen any Tarkovsky films, but like for example Rublev, like his film about it's literally about this. It's about this question of like, how does a Christian artist produce art? Like, what's the process? Like, some of what like Rublev says in the film, like it's not explicit. You have to actually analyze it and think it through. Is correct. Some of it is a little bit Gnostic, and I'm like stuck, or I was stuck there in the point of like saying it's not just like you got to jump into the fray and whatever may come like is going to be approved by God because like you have no other way out. It's not this like, okay, I have to do this because otherwise I'm like hiding my gifts. It's like okay, there is a good argument to be made for like being silent for several years and like working on your craft internally until you're able to produce something that you can say, here, this is the icon of God that I can feel like I can offer somebody else, right? But it's such a difficult thing to go through that you have to actually be crucified. Like you have to engage in the spiritual battle at levels that people in regular culture have no idea.
Yeah, this is a real thing. And it was a problem I had during the Protestant phase. Where it felt like I had to shoehorn in Christ into everything I did. And it was like, but once I became Orthodox, I felt free from all that because I knew of so many artists who were Orthodox in the past. And it wasn't like everything they did was just like, oh, everything I do has to be teaching about Christ. It was more like, the phronema kind of pours out into your work naturally. And so once I got to that point, it was like, okay, I can be a person. My music got better. My art got better because I no longer thought about anything like that. I struggle in front of people, but the people who see me struggle, they know that the struggle is within an Orthodox framework. They know that ultimately, if I'm wrestling with demons in my work, that I'm wrestling it with the knowledge that Christ won. And so it just it comes out naturally. It doesn't have to be overt. And so I'm actually like, I've never felt freer as an artist, literally. Orthodoxy freed me as an artist, truly. Like I always had weird limitations I made on myself about what I could do and what I couldn't do and what I should say. And also there's an element of like, when you shoehorn something in, when you're like, I'm going to make the best Christian music, and it's going to be, you make these really Protestant forced songs that really, they don't resonate with anybody except for, people kind of forcing enjoyment of it, really. So I don't know. It's to me, it's like, if it doesn't happen naturally, if it doesn't come out naturally in what you're doing, then don't bother doing it. And creating itself should just be its own thing. I think as long as your heart's in the right place. I honestly, I used to struggle with this. So like, I feel you, but I don't anymore. Though me and Jimmy were talking about this with iconography, like we want to become better. So I want to become good enough in my own mind that I can write a liturgy. Not the words, but the music for a liturgy. Like that's my goal in life, is one day to write a liturgy and maybe be part of like the American tradition of Orthodoxy, that like it's a liturgy that Tony wrote in the same way like Tchaikovsky wrote one, That's like my dream, but I don't think I'm there. I don't think I'm going to have to do a lot of fasting, a lot of prayer, and I'm going to have to leave a lot of things behind before I feel okay doing that.
Yeah. I completely understand the struggle. Like I share it, and I do agree ultimately that there is an element of like surrendering to the work and surrendering the work to God. I think that what my question was like, maybe was more of a modern meta question of like, what makes a Christian work, and I think it has two elements. First, it has to be prayed. Like you have to pray before you do a work. Like, and I mean this very literally. Like pray before you do something. And there's also the element of like, your spirituality has to be aligned with God. So it's two things. So that's what I mean when I say I want to make an icon of God. Like, because like, for example, if we're talking about film, which is more of my medium, right? I'm a writer. I write stories, but film is the medium that I chose, right? Films in the US, at least, they're all about, let's say, Maverick doing his stuff because he's so special, like the individual being so fantastic, and because he's one of a kind, right? And it's because like it's the human being looking at himself and saying, I've got the solution to every problem, right?
Yeah.
And I want to tell the opposite story. I want to tell the story of man looking at himself and seeing, look, I don't have this at all. I haven't got it. Like, I need God.
Yeah.
That's
Well, I mean, that's going to come out naturally, though. See, that will come out naturally. I agree that prayer before undertaking any work is important. I don't undertake a work and like try and force anything. I just kind of make stuff, but I do pray often before I start working, and because I can't do anything without him anyway. He's literally breathing life into me as I work. He sustains me constantly. So but I don't try and like, I think those themes are going to be those themes are part of you. They're going to come out naturally. You're never going to be making some secular humanist self-worshiping garbage, because that's not you. You're Orthodox. You aren't that. And so everything you make, when you're making a movie or whatever like that, the truth is going to come out. You are baptized into the truth. So I don't think we can escape the truth unless we apostatize and are willing and willingly do so, unless we're like Julian the Apostate and we're like actually trying to hurt the church. Otherwise, I think it'll come out of us naturally. And I really try. I've like made my peace with this, and I just move forward. That's all I do. I move forward, and I make sure not to, because you can get in your head. You can get in your head and you can get paralyzed, bro.
No, I completely get it, and I agree, and I applaud you. And I think you're actually correct. The thing is, do you? There's a story. There's a story about like a very, let's say, proud deacon that says like, I'm 100% Orthodox, and the bishop says, oh, good on you. I'm like about 60% Orthodox. And it's like that's how I feel. It's like I'd want to be like 100% Orthodox. I'd want to be a saint, but I know I'm not. So there's always with me. There's always that self doubt and that deep shame that is not godly. I'm not talking about humility. I'm not saying I'm so humble. I'm saying no. I have this deep seated shame that I have to work on personally for me to be able to have the confidence of unambiguously say, yes, I'm doing this in the name of God, right? Like I can do it in certain areas because in those areas I'm confident about this, but in certain areas I have to admit it's like I'm not there yet, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm trying to do more than I can chew. So like that's where I'm at. But I completely agree with what you're saying, man.
Yeah, man. We do. I mean, we do live in the world, man, and we live in a world that's more psychotic than maybe all of history. So I can't sit there and pretend I'm at a point where everything I do is pure, and I don't think I ever will get there. But I do. You know, I just, for me, like a big thing is just not. I've spent so much of my life like fighting myself and kind of judging myself for being an artist because I kind of suck at life, but I'm really good at art. And it's always been like this issue with me. You know, I've always kind of been like, and so you make up all these reasons, suck at life, but good at art. I think that's just kind of, it comes with the territory, but it is humbling once you stop trying to reframe it as you're special and just, you know, recognize your own brokenness and everything and just push forward anyway. It's, I don't know, I've never felt more free. Honestly, I say it all the time. I've never felt more free than when I became Orthodox. Free
Glory to
indeed.
God. Well, yeah. Thank you for having me. Thank you
Dude,
for having me.
thank you for coming on. Honestly, I've been loving your shows. I've been, you know, I like the way you think, man. And everybody, can we get some people to spam his links in chat? This is Ivan from wait, hold on, from what the heck? I just forgot your channel name.
Philosophy.
Huh?
Christ is King Philosophy.
Christ is King Philosophy. Yeah. All right. Thanks for coming on, bro.
Thank you for having me.
God bless.
God bless.
Scotch that scrunch it. All right, show's over, people. I don't know what the heck y'all think you're doing out here, but the show is over. The next song is Scepter. I think this is the first time this has been requested. I'm interested. We have a 2020 version over here. Let's see how it goes. I thought it was a different song. I got the final version. Guys, get your requests in or it's going to be a short show.
Sims, keep a backlog of my thoughts while I drift. Keep a catalog of the things I did. No, you never meant that much to the kid. Never seen to realize what the fuck he is. Never really thought about why I try. Never crossed my mind once. Do or die, do or die, do or die. For me, there's a reason. Different day, different season. I'm looking for my way out. Caught a glimpse of the kingdom. Now I can't stop thinking about it. I'ma get what I came for. I'ma teach him what to fight about. With the body of the cancer. Fighting every day in my life looking for the answers. Every day. Every night. All the time.
W Average Redhead, yo.
Every day.
What up, Average Redhead?
Every night.
What up, bro?
All the time. Every day. Every night. All the time. Every day.
every night, all the time.
I'll be a symbol of something I couldn't comprehend. A million years away, somewhere. What should I say?
Yeah, that's one of my favorites, actually, Jess. Not for nothing. That's one of my favorite songs. Love that song. Where's Dane? Been streaming for an hour now. About an hour. Hour 10, hour 20. I'm looking for Dane. Guys, I'm looking for Dane. Let's play a song. Let's play some background music for a few minutes. I want to hear 5273848 more times. Yeah, it's kind of the pinnacle of the album. Hey, there he is. Hold up. We got Snagglebeast here, people. We got the one and only Snagglebeast. Hold on one second, bro. There you are. What's up, man?
Oh, it has been a terrible Thursday, but it was an amazing Friday after the morning.
What was wrong with Thursday?
I was traveling to this conference, and it was the most trouble I've ever had trying to fly somewhere ever.
Did you get there?
Yeah. So my first flight got delayed so much that it was going to be taking me to my destination today instead of last night.
Oof.
Then I got a transfer that then got delayed. And then my third flight actually went through where I was supposed to, but they lost my bag and I had to pick it up from the airport today.
Jeez.
So my buddy and I were joking that the demons didn't want me at the conference.
Yeah, for sure. You know,
But
I remember
am
back
vindicated.
before I was Orthodox, things like that would happen, and I'd be like, the universe is telling me not to go here. And then when you're Orthodox, you're like, these freaking demons are trying to stop me. It's such a more, you're like, you cut through the BS, man.
Yeah, I am vindicated, though, because I have 5 Jay Dyer books,
Nice.
met him, shook his hand, and they're not just 5 Jay Dyer books, they're 5 signed Jay Dyer books.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah. There's a bunch of clergy here, including His Eminence Metropolitan Jonah. And we had a great first day of the conference. And we're going to get cracking first thing bright and early tomorrow. And then on top of that, we're going to all have liturgy in this tiny little parish, but it's beautiful.
Those are always the best ones.
Yeah. It's a temporary building. It's like a storefront. That's their parish right now because, there's a lot of places that are having to do that right now while they find better accommodations.
Yeah.
And the priest of the parish, his name's Father Vladimir. I was talking to him right before we left. It's so beautiful what they've done, even just in such a small space, because they have so many icons. There are so many hanging icons everywhere that it feels like you walked into the passage in Hebrews that talks about the cloud of witnesses. It was so good.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's like every surface is just covered in framed icons. Gold, colorful, painted, beautiful richness. And oh man, I can't wait. Today we had Dr. Patrick Harry, David Patrick Harry did a talk. The priest Father Vladimir did talks. FDA did talks. So, and then tomorrow we're gonna have a bunch of slate of other people doing great stuff.
That's exciting, man. I'm glad to hear it.
Mhm.
Wait, hold on. I'm having some encoding overloads. Give me 1 second.
No,
I'm gonna delete
I
some
rebuke
stuff.
you, technology. Work for the show's over.
Ooh, gee whiz. Is it because of this? Hold on. I think it might be because of this. I don't need this. I'm gonna delete this for now. Oh, that helped. Okay, it was the Droid Cam.
Woo!
I recently installed Droid Cam. Write message. What are you doing, Octavian? Octavian's. What are you doing, buddy? What you doing, bud? Well, yeah, that's exciting, man. Yeah, I always like little churches, but yeah, there's a lot of new churches popping up with small, like in these like little areas. The one Nick DiCarlo's going to. My church started off in a little office room, and then the parishioners built the church themselves and cleared the forest and built it, and yeah, it's really cool, man.
This is super important, really big news. This is from Metropolitan Jonah. He just said he talked to someone who did some numbers crunching. Based on the current and projected increase in parishioners and through inquirers, catechumen, and newly received faithful, Orthodoxy at a minimum will need to increase by 2,500 parishes in the next several years, which is the actual current rough number of parishes in the United States right now.
That's crazy.
That I knew it was fast. I didn't know it was fast enough in the way to necessitate 100% increase in infrastructure. That's crazy.
Average Red had
And so, like Jim Bob has been saying for many months, everybody out there with Orthodoxy needs more priests.
That's real. That's
And
real.
actually, they want married priests more than single priests, because a single priest doesn't come with a matrushka or a pani or.
I don't think you can be a priest unless you're.
I
don't think you can be a priest unless you're married.
Well, no, you can be in certain circumstances. You can be a priest who is not married. It's just encouraged highly that you be a married priest.
I've never heard of that. I didn't know that. I've never heard of a non-married priest.
Well, you can feel the call to the vocation of priesthood, and if you haven't been married at that time, then you are celibate for the rest of your life. It's just not very common because Orthodoxy doesn't mandate celibate priests.
Yeah, but celibate bishops, yes.
Yeah. So it's actually, that's my buddy who's actually going to be my sponsor. He's around some of the chats. His name is Josiah Eliran. If you see him, say hi. He is currently unmarried, and he is feeling the call to priesthood. So if he has not found someone to be a white bride by the time he's ordinated, then he'll be a celibate priest.
That's a difficult thing. We definitely prefer our priests married. We definitely prefer our priests married. But yeah, that is something. If anybody's feeling the call, I highly encourage that, because we definitely need a lot of priests, because Orthodoxy is growing at a rate that no one could have saw coming. What's going on? Yep. Okay, everybody keeps giving messages that just say message or write message. Is something breaking? What's going on?
I wish I could see, but I don't have my PC to watch the stream on delay.
All right. Well, that's wonderful news, man. I'm very excited. Yeah, people have no idea, man. People have no idea. The veils, the scales have been lifted, and Orthodoxy is ascendant. America will be Orthodox.
DPH was talking about earlier. He said in 2018, 2019, when he first became received, if he said told someone he's Orthodox, he thought they were talking about Jewish. But now in 2025, it's in mainstream that Orthodox Christianity is a thing, and that it's a force, and it's actually a very powerful force, because we have the truth.
Jessica said Father Seraphim Rose wasn't married, but that's different. He was a monk. Usually if you're a priest, who's not married, usually you're an abbot or of a monastery. A if you're running a parish, you're married. I've never. This is the first I've heard of the idea of a priest of a church not being married. This is news to me, to be honest. But yeah, I know in abbots and in monasteries, and in fact, we call the monks in a monastery father.
No, that's the thing. Is his current priest is having him walk the path to discern whether or not he actually wants to be a monastic. But he's leaving the option open to be a priest.
Okay, so maybe that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm excited, man. There's a lot of good things happening. Orthodoxy is ascendant. I wish I could get my brother to convert. It's upsetting. I don't know why I can't, but I've stopped trying because at a certain point you just have to, let them get there themselves. And like Jay says, take your time. Take your time. Don't rush
into it. It has to be cooperation, not not a hammer.
Yeah. But
if he knows you, he's known you his whole life. So basically, he's seen you change, and he's gonna see you grow and become more realized in the person that you're meant to be. So that's what I'm hoping for my folks is once I get received and once I am fully brought into the body that they'll notice that change in me, and that'll make them start asking more questions. We talk about some stuff occasionally, and there's a couple times where I've flubbed it up, where I've been I've been standing a little, maybe not aggressively, but very firmly, like, no, Mom, I'm not going to listen to your dumb, wacky prot dude who thinks he's a prophet, because the office of prophet's gone. Jesus said so.
That's interesting. I've been that too. I'm very aggressive. That's part of the reason I stopped. I don't really debate and stuff, is because I do get very passionate about these things, and so I have to keep that under control. But I think you're right. The transformation in a person is its own testament. One, acquire a spirit of peace, and thousands around you will be saved. And so I think that's important. And I hope that I can do that. I hope that because my words have fallen short, but maybe the change in my life will help him to see. It would mean the world to me if they became Orthodox. I know a lot. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Pray for my brother.
Yeah. Lord have mercy.
Well, so what? You're at a hotel room?
Yeah. Just got back from first day's events. We were yakking afterwards. On unrelated but somewhat still tangential news, I shared some of your music with Jen, David's wife. She likes it.
Oh, nice. David Patrick Harry?
And I also we're actually we live around the same area. I'm about 3 hours from his town.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So
that's my homie.
He actually sold out of all of his books before I could buy one that he had, so I have to get that later.
Yeah, he's my homie. I was gonna make his book cover, but then it fell through. We're not actually homies. We've talked a couple times in his chat. That's it. But I believe that we're homies. We're brothers in Christ.
He's pretty chill. That's the best relationship. Also, if any of you guys in the audience are Jay watchers, you'll know he had a guy on his stream last week. His name was Neil. He's an Orthodox Christian. He has a band called Dirt Poor Robins. We were yakking about, I was yakking to him about you and how basically for the past several months, besides Orthodox chants, I've only been listening to Hello Listener music. And I was expressing what was so compelling about your music. And he's like, oh, we seem like we have pretty good taste. It's like, you come to like something when you hear someone do it well. It's not necessarily the mode or the content or the style. It's someone doing it well and being authentic. And so I put him on your channel, so hopefully he likes your music.
Oh, that's cool, man.
A fellow artiste.
That's really cool. Maybe that's one of those. I've been getting a couple sales this week. That's the greatest part. Maybe that was him.
Yeah. Not yet. That would have been within the past couple hours if he decided to buy anything. But that's one of the things that's so astounding. I was telling someone at last week at DebateCon, when you're Orthodox, you get to meet your heroes and not be disappointed.
Nice. Yeah.
Like meeting Jim Bob, meeting Andrew, meeting even people I don't constantly watch, like Rob Noor and Like Mike Jones, even from Inspiring Philosophy.
Yeah.
They're like guys. They're normal people, and they just happen to be on a public stage doing public things. But Andrew is totally like a normal blue collar worker. He just is aggressive and good at debating. Like Jim Bob is a funny jock class clown dude who happens to be an online personality. It's not the work isn't the person. The person produces the work that you enjoy. It breaks down the like the dialectic. It's not about what they do. They are the person that does the thing they do.
Yeah, man.
So everyone's so great to meet and chat and talk to, and that was one of the points of the discussion with Father Deacon Ananias. That was his point, was philosophy can only begin properly when you have the incarnation of Jesus Christ revealing the person of truth that can then begin the intellectual, rational pursuit of that person. It's all person first, then all the other stuff.
Yeah. That's interesting. If you ever meet me, you're going to be disappointed because I am an actual insane person. Just so you know. It's true.
What's normal?
Nice, dude. That was a presumptive ad absurdum Balearic trilateral permission.
No, I've been, even before that, I was inquiring. I was saying stuff like that. Basically, unless you're talking about like something moral, like people's interests and personality is just a matter of taste. Like everyone's a nerd on something. It just happens to be that certain times in your life, certain things were socially rewarding for being interested in, and certain things were socially detracting for being interested in.
Yeah. That's true.
So.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to get back to the music. Snagglebees, have a good time at the conference, man. And I'll see you next time, man. Thanks for coming on, bro.
God bless. Love you,
God
Tony.
Bless you.
Talk to you later.
Take it easy. Show's over. What's the next song? I was glitching up over there, man. I don't know what happened, man. I gotta get this other computer set up. This thing's dying right in front of me, bro. This thing's dying right in front of my dang eyes. The next song is Kneecap. Nice. Let's do Kneecap. I think I have it. I think I have Kneecap. That's John Castle's request. Here we go. I think this is probably a good version of it. Welcome back to Show's Over, the only show that's over. Show your neck to this one.
Down they go. No more. Down they go. No more migrant homes. No more migrant homes. Our homes not yours to take over. No, 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 down they go. No more, down they go. No more migrant homes. No more migrant homes. I think the chips are down now. The whips are changing up next. Debate to death if that one. I'm not to take it. Our homes not yours to take over. No, no more migrant homes. No more migrant homes.
Nice. Nice. That was an easy, quick little song right there called Kneecap. The next song is called Enamored and Safe. How y'all feeling? It's overloading? No, don't say it. Nuh-uh. Everything chill. No drop frames. Everything cool. Sorry, guys. I got to get this new computer set up. I'll try and do it this weekend. The next song is Enamored and Safe. Everything cool? Maria? Everything cool?
You're recording good.
Yes, I am. I'm looking at my food, thinking of how can I eat this?
You're recording good. So I'm singing.
That's true, big boss. Good idea.
You're the way. I know there's no other way. And I'm afraid I'll never and safe. You're the only one I want. Even though I'm caught. Even though I'm caught. Another day, another way, I stumble, but God's always on my side.
Dane's here.
He helps me bear.
Dane!
They take your name here in Satan's playground, but God's always on my side.
Don't worry about the stains on my shirt, Dane. You're safe. It's normal people here.
Than his love. Every day another word changes its meaning, but we don't need words to pray. They said all the things we
Give that man the link.
hidden meanings and taught us how to go astray.
We're gonna play this song and then it's your time, Dane.
You're the way. I know there's no other way. And I'm afraid I'll never and safe. You're the only one I want. Even though I'm caught. Even though I'm caught.
Dane! We are the Daniacs. We are the Daniacs.
They tell us life came from nothing and we say God's always on my side. They laugh at us and keep running and we say God's always on my side. Turn away when the world's not what they wanted. Treat them like a magic lamp. Oh, how could I believe in God when I lost my
Got you, bro. Dane, get in that room, will you? Dane, get on over here, Dane.
Favor.
God's always on my side.
All right, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait for Dane to jump in this dang orb. Oh, perfect timing. Ladies and gentlemen, as requested, the one, the frickin' only, Dane. What's up, Dane?
Man, thanks for having me, man. Now, you got to tell me what's all the excitement about Big Daddy Dane.
Big Daddy Dane. We saw you last night, and I don't know. I took a liking to you. I was like, this guy's got it. I don't know what it is, but he's got it. And I started spamming the chat going, Dane, Dane, Dane. And then I started saying, everybody be quiet, only Dane. And then eventually everybody came around and they realized this guy's the real deal. This is the genuine article. And immediately a massive fan base grew in a matter of an hour.
Man, you and your loyal followers should probably work on developing some better standards somewhere along the way.
Nah, we know.
Yeah.
Did you get a bunch of new subscribers?
Yeah. I got a few. You know, like I was telling you earlier, man, I'm still working on getting my channel set up and that sort of stuff. You know, I am a high-tech redneck, but I'm still a redneck.
Yeah,
and you know, I'm 54 years old, and I do have I wouldn't call it a real job, but I own my own business, and you know that kind of stuff. I'm busy. You know, I've been married for almost 35 years, man.
Congratulations.
And that woman, she still won't hardly let me sleep at night, if you know what I mean. So I mean, it ain't. I hear when you get older, things get weaker, but I hadn't seen it happen, man. Okay. I mean, we raised 5 kids for a reason. We didn't adopt any of them. Nice. So between all of that, man, it's a matter of just getting the time to sit down and figure out how to get it to all work together. But I'm having fun with it.
Well, we're glad to have you, man, and we're gonna spam your link in the chat. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? We didn't get a lot of lore yesterday. We just knew. I don't know. We just knew. We knew that we wanted Dane involved in our world.
Well, man, how far you want me to go back? I mean, I was born a poor white child in Hard Time, Mississippi.
Hell yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know how far you want me to go back. I spent most of my growing up years on the East Coast. My stepfather was in the Navy.
Where on the East Coast?
Mainly the Tidewater area, and then Charleston, South Carolina. My stepfather was actually a Quebecois from Maine, up around the Moosehead Lake area.
What's a Quebecois?
French Canadian.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. His family was French Canadian right there, about 30 miles inside the border. So we did a lot of going back and forth, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, I spent a good bit of traveling time up there, but we lived mainly in the Tidewater, Virginia area, and then down there around Charleston, you know, Navy towns.
Nice,
you know,
man. When did you start debating?
Man, I think when I was born and the doctor slapped me on the ass, I told him, "Who you slapping? Don't be touching me. That's child abuse." Really, yeah. My grandfather, my mother's father, he was born in 1902. So he was really old enough to be my great grandfather, right? He was in his 40s when my mother was born.
Wow.
My mother was the makeup baby. This was during World War II, and most of the men were gone, and he was in supervision at his business. So him and my grandmother had a makeup time, if you get what I'm saying, and that was my mama. So he was really old enough to be my great grandfather. But anyway, Mama used to say, she'd say, Daddy would argue with a light pole if it'd stand there long enough and listen to him. So I think I just was born with that gene, you know. So yeah. Which means I toted a lot of butt whoopings in high school. Yeah. You know, I issued out a few of them, but I just don't have the ability to look at my feet and shut up, and I never have. You know, I don't
have the ability to look at my feet. Period, brother. So I hear you.
Well, it's harder for me to look at it now, but I don't know. I got married in 1991. I found a pretty woman with low standards who knew how to make a sandwich.
That's all you
So
need.
I 91, we started having kids. It was like getting a Snickers bar out of a concession machine, man. They just kept coming out. So we had 5 kids in 10 years. Our last kid is 12 months apart. Our last 2 kids.
How old
So
is your
she was
youngest?
24.
Wow.
Yeah, my oldest is 34. I just kept poking fun at her, Tony, and she just kept taking me seriously. And then babies just kept on coming, man. But I don't know, man. I grew up mainly without a father. My natural father was a bandito. Are you familiar with them?
I mean, yeah, kinda.
The Banditos, they were founded in Galveston, Texas. They were a 1% outlaw motorcycle club. They called them club motorcycle gang and everything. So he was a bandito. And so after about 5 years, he just rode off into the sunset. I mean, he came in and out of my life.
Yeah.
But yeah, he passed away about 2 years ago, wife number 7.
Wow.
Yeah. He joked around. He said, I love weddings. I just don't like being married. My mother was wife number 3.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Wow.
man. It was interesting. So for about the first 10 years of my life, I was raised by a single mother. And I tell people all the time, I had the best single mother God could give a fella, but she couldn't raise me to be a man.
Yeah.
And then my stepfather came along. He was a good guy. He was good to my mama and everything was good to us, but all he knew how to do was keep mama happy. He was really, mama wore the pants, the panties and everything in the family. He was a good guy. He just wasn't a leader.
Yeah.
So when I found myself a father at almost 20 years old, having grown up without a father, there was no way I was going to abandon my child,
Yeah. Man.
So, and then they just kept coming, man, like a freight train, just kept coming. I mean, so I was like, well, here's another one.
Well,
I
glory to
came home
God,
from work
man.
one day. I was looking for the remote control in the couch and found a kid, man. I'm like, who's this guy? And Deidre said, oh, that's yours. Remember, that's Jude. I said, oh, yeah. He looks like me. And if he didn't look like me, I hear if you feed him long enough, they start looking like you. So that's what I did. I just kept raising them, and I didn't have any idea what I was doing. But thank God, God brought other men into my life over a period of years. And, which the biggest hurdle to that was me developing enough humility to take instruction from those men. My mother wasn't a feminist necessarily. She'd say, I ain't no feminist, blah, blah, blah. But, it's kind of like Rachel Wilson says, feminism is like the air we breathe and the water we swim in. If you're not really conscious that what you believe is actually feminist, I mean, a lot of us have those underlying feminist ideas to one degree or another in our heads, So that's kind of how my mother was. And so, when I first got married, the first 2 or 3, maybe 4 years of our marriage, because keep in mind, man, I was barely 19 the day, I'm barely 20 the day I got married. So I thought I was grown, man, but man, no, I just, got in the trenches and went to work and everything. But when I first got married, a lot of the conflicts that my wife and I would have, and then listen, my wife, she's 4'11". Have you ever had any dealings with a really short woman?
My wife is 5 feet, so she's close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, Deidre told me she was 5 feet when we first met, but she was lying. Yeah, I used to tell her every time we leave the gas station, your head never meets that 5 foot mark on the door going out, the little height marker.
Yeah.
And she'd say, well, that's just a guess. Well, I'm 6'3". And I say, well, the 6 foot mark hits me about right here. So it's pretty everything. Well, baby number 4, she comes home from the doctor and she says, well, the doctor said that I'm 4'11". Well, I clowned all on that. I told everybody. I said, I told you she wasn't 5 foot tall. And then we still argue about this. All right. And that baby's 25 years old, but she claims that she told me the doctor said 4'11 and a half. That might've been what the doctor told her. That wasn't what she told me. So I'm sticking by my story. Well, 12 months later, she was back at the doctor with baby number 5. And she came home and said, the doctor did say 4'11". So I clowned on her on that too. Now she claims, she said, well, you get shorter as you get older. I said, baby, if you lost a half an inch in a year, your ass gonna disappear pretty soon. You're gonna disappear. So that poor baby. And the bad thing about it, y'all really need to pray for her. I know we're a real masculine centered content creation, y'all need to pray for her because that poor baby, she was not raised in a family that joked around and played and kid and teased. In her family, if you make fun of them, they mad at you because you're being mean to them. So I wore her down, though. I wore her down. So now she can take a joke a little bit.
Yeah, my wife made me funny just because she never laughed. So I just worked harder and harder until I got funny. And now I'm funny.
Yeah, I came in the world funny, but she was serious, man. And so, but she's a little bit better. But I wore her down. There's nothing that a good, strong husband and plenty of medication can't solve. And so, we got her medicated. She appreciates my humor now, but she started telling people, man, she'll out me sometimes. She'll say, people start laughing, and she'll say, "Oh, don't laugh, he'll never stop," and they keep laughing. And then she'll say, "Yeah, he's hysterical for the first 12 years." He said, "After that, all of his material."
Yeah. So we got 12 years of Dane ahead of us, people. You heard it here first. We got 12 years of Dane ahead of us. You heard it here first.
Oh, Lord. I don't know if you can handle 12 years of me now. I mean,
well, just, here and there.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta spread it out, Don't want to get cirrhosis.
Well, I mean, I'm speaking for both of us, but Jim Bob and I are starting up a debate show, and we definitely would love to have you on. I'm going to go ahead and say that, and if Jim Bob denies me this truth, then I will show him my real voice.
I see that. You'll say it with your ovaries, like I told old Counterpoint last night, huh?
Yeah.
See, did you hear me when I told him, say it with your ovaries, man?
You came out swinging, man. You came out swinging.
That's just kind of my personality. I'm kind of like Andrew Wilson in a way. It's kind of almost creepy because when I came across Andrew and I saw like the way that he'll just basically punch people in the face with what he's got to say and kind of his debate technique. When I first decided that I was going to try to start putting together some content, I told Deidre, I said, what's probably going to happen if my content gets any traction is people are going to swear up and down that I'm impersonating him.
Yeah.
When I'm really not. It's just kind of just a spontaneous kind of a.
No, I think you're one of a kind. We spotted it a mile away. There's nobody's going to be thinking that you're biting anybody else's style. You definitely come in. Yeah, you're a breath of fresh air in the debate sphere. You're gonna take off.
That was one reason why I thought that I'd have something to offer and not just be just another guy with a webcam. It's like it's because I am 54 years old.
Yeah,
and I have raised 5 kids, and I've spent a significant amount of time helping, like finishing the raising on other people's kids. You know what I'm saying? And that sort of stuff. So I feel like there may be other content creators out there that are in my, I don't want to say my season of life because that's so feminine sounding, but I'm on the other side of the hill in a way. Even with Andrew's in his 40s.
Yeah.
Andrew's basically 10 years younger than me, but 10 years, there's a whole bunch of life that happens.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, I live in South Alabama, right? Right now I'm at my house, which is about a mile, what we say as the crow flies, in a straight line. I'm about a mile from the Gulf of Mexico. Wow. And so I don't know of any other content creators that come from this general region, Mississippi, Alabama, Gulf Coast, even over Louisiana.
Maybe Baselit Analyzer. I think he might be somewhere around there. Do you know him?
I don't know him.
He's part of he's another Orthodox guy. He kind of analyzes literature and films and stuff. Got a real thick accent. Guy's cool as hell. I've been trying to get on his show forever, but I have to read a book, and I ain't really want to read.
Audible, man. Audible.
Yeah, that's what I got to do.
I love to read, but I got so old and busy, and attention span gets short that I can't hardly sit down and like hold a book and read it. But I'll ride around listening to Audible. People say, well, how do you keep from missing anything? Yes, I miss things, man. I'm 54 years old. I raised 5 kids. Most of my neurons are burnt. Yeah. But yes, it's like PTSD, man, raising all them kids. But and I had good kids. I don't know how people survive raising these heathens that I see getting raised, but
they make them. They make them heathens.
Yeah, they do. They do. But I'll listen to it, to one Audible book several times, and whenever I listen to it again, I'll pick up on something that. I missed the last time, but
and that happens when you read too. That happens when you read too. And once you, if you let go, stop hitting the rewind button every 5 minutes and just let go and just start listening and be like, I'll get what I get, you know?
Yep.
Then you catch the rest next time around.
Yeah. But I read a lot. So how long is that a wedding band I saw on your hand?
Yeah, I've been with my wife for 20 something years, and we've been, I'm going to start getting a country accent just from talking to you, just so you know. But I've been with her for I've been 20 odd years, been with her. And, but we got married recently in the Orthodox Church officially. We were married for 10 years, about 10 years. But it was like, you know, by the state. And then this summer we got officially, it was blessed by the church, and now we're officially married.
Good.
So yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Me and Deej, we had 2 weddings and no divorce. How the hell do you do that, right?
Yeah.
But we were 19 years old, and the way I describe it, I say we were shacked up like a couple of whores, because that's what we were. And she was pregnant with my 34-year-old. You know, and so we already had our marriage license. We just hadn't gotten married. Yeah. Well, she was raised on the front row of the Southern Baptist Church.
I like this guy.
We got a super chat. The one shot A17 said, "I like this guy. He's cool." Just go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay, man. You have to. If you're gonna say something and I'm talking, you got to interrupt me, because I'll talk forever, man. But she was raised on the front row of the Southern Baptist Church. Good little church girl. I was raised pure old heathen. So she was doing the whole thing that a lot of girls in church do, that missionary dating stuff. So we were shacked up like a couple of whores for about a year. And she was pregnant with my 34-year-old. We wanted to get married. Of course, they wanted to do a church wedding. Her mama, it wasn't working out, and she picked me up from work one day. I worked for a defense contractor shipyard over in South Mississippi. Picked me up, and my employee insurance went into effect the next day, and I already had her listed as my wife. So she picked me up there at work. She said, "We got any plans this afternoon?" I said, "No, not that I know of." She said, "Well, let's just forget this church wedding stuff and let's just go to the courthouse and get married." Yeah. I said, "Why not?" So we went and got married, and then a couple of weeks later, we had a little religious service at her parents' house with the pastor that she grew up under. So yeah, well, we observed the original one, but and then it was probably about a year later, when I got saved, became a Christian, that sort of stuff, and that really changed my life, gave me some direction. When I started learning things in Scripture where God says He'll be a father to the fatherless. Right? Yeah. That was me. I'll never leave you. I'll never forsake you. I'm a friend who sticks closer than a brother. I will not leave you as an orphan. I will come to you. Man, I mean, what other option do you have if you're a man who knows you need a father?
Yeah.
But you're looking for a father.
A lot of young men don't know it.
I know it. But that's because they got these single mothers. And I can say that much for my mama. She did not raise me like a lot of these single mothers do today, where they think they're going to produce the perfect man.
Yeah.
And what they really mean is it's this weird, sick, perfect. It's almost like stunt double husband is what I call it.
Yeah.
They want to raise their little boy to be the man that they wish they would have married, which is a man that's going to blow glitter up their ass all the time. And that's what they want to raise the son for, man. It's creepy. Some of it gets really, I think, questionable with it's almost flirtatious.
Yeah.
But no, my mama wasn't like that. And so, so when I grew up, I was not like, I didn't think of masculinity as being something that was evil or negative or harmful. You see what I'm saying? My mother was one of these single mothers who would admit that it wasn't all his fault. Even though he was a 1% outlaw motorcycle gang guy, she would admit, there was things I could have done like that. See, so like I try to tell people, when you're talking to somebody whose relationship ended and they say basically they did everything right and the other person was the reason it failed, no, they're the reason it failed.
Yeah. That's somebody who can't take accountability. That's someone who can't take accountability for their own actions. Yeah. So I mean, that's what I knew, and things grew from there. And so Organized Insanity said, "How was the baby 34?" Yeah, it sounds like a difficult birth.
How is the baby 34? I don't understand the question.
You said my wife was pregnant with my 34-year-old, and you said, how's the baby 34? And it's a good question. It sounds like a difficult birth.
Oh, I see. He trying to be funny.
Yeah.
He trying to be funny, huh?
I almost made that joke myself, but I'm glad he did because it didn't work.
What was his name?
Nothing. He's cool. He's fine. Please don't hurt him, Dane.
No.
Dane, lay off him, Dane. He's a good man, Dane.
What's his name? Tell me his name.
Oh gosh. I'm scared. His name
is
is Organized Insanity.
All right. Look, disorganized insanity. Get out of my spotlight, man. I'm a comedian here tonight. Go wash some dishes or something.
So speaking of, so now that you're in the spotlight, let's my audience is definitely curious. We're Orthodox over here, and you mentioned Andrew Wilson. Are you looking into Orthodoxy yourself? I don't think you're Orthodox now.
No, I'm not Orthodox now. I'm one of these filthy Southern Baptists down here. But so I mean, I don't really think of myself as Protestant because I'm not protesting anybody. To be honest with you, if it wasn't, my bachelor's degree is in religious studies.
Yeah.
So I am immensely more familiar with different denominations and different religions and different philosophies than your average lower Protestant. Okay.
Yeah.
And that does give me problems when I go to church, when I'm talking to people and their answer is, well, it's in there somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. I'm like, I don't know. I'll have to ask my pastor. I'm like, my. I hope your pastor's available when you need him. But anyway, there are just a very few theological doctrinal differences that I'll have to work through if I were to move over into Catholicism.
Nope, not Catholicism. Not Catholicism.
What is Orthodox Catholics?
Yeah, I mean, usually when people say Catholicism, they're thinking Roman Catholics, but yeah, we are the actual Catholic Church, the Orthodox Holy Catholic Church.
Yeah. The Orthodox and the Romans, the papist over there.
Yeah,
but yeah,
papal
there's
Protestants.
just a few things, and it's the basic things that a lot of Protestants object to when it comes to Catholicism. That sort of stuff. And, hopefully, I mean, maybe I can work through those things. I can come to some reconciliation of it.
I got hung up on a lot of stuff too. I'm a convert. I was Baptist before I became Orthodox, but there was just some stuff I watched happen. And, but what really changed me was just going to a liturgy. I saw some stuff at the Baptist church that really bothered me. The way they treated the Eucharist, the way they treated the body and blood of Christ as if it was just symbolic. It was really, there's no way you can read John 6 and think that. There's no way. It's not possible. And so I remember, I told this story before, but one day they were handing out they called it the Lord's Supper or whatever. And, each person's getting their little cup. And afterwards they threw all their cups in the garbage. And there was little drops of Christ's blood in there, or at least in my mind, I was like, wait, well, what are we doing right now? We're throwing this away. There's Christ's blood in there. This is the most precious thing in the world, period. And you're just throwing it all away. And they're like, oh, we don't really believe it's just a symbolic thing, this and the other thing. And in my mind, I've read John 6 over and over, and it strikes fear in my heart. It's when I was an Orthodox, John 6 struck fear in my heart. It really did. I would read it and I'd know that this wasn't it, but what I did was I took the cup home, and because I couldn't bear to throw it away, and I put it on my mantle. And then one day I bought a cross from a Orthodox store at a fair. They said it was fine that a non-Orthodox could buy it, so I bought it. And shortly after, we started occasioning an Orthodox church. And being there started to really have an effect on me. And I went there 4 times, and I realized that it's the only place I want to be, and I didn't want to go back. And while I did have my theology problems, I knew that the Holy Spirit was there and that I wasn't anywhere else. And that's where I wanted to be. So we became inquirers. The day that we decided that we wanted to actually become Orthodox, we went home and we prayed. The cross fell off the wall, crushed the cup that I'd been keeping on the mantle, and stayed standing. And I was like, that's it. If that's not a sign, then I don't know what a sign is. And then
So your whole family converted?
my wife and I, we don't have kids. We've been trying, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I will say, I wouldn't say the theology. A lot of people, I mean, you're into debate and you're into theology and stuff like that. If you listen to Jay Dyer, he'll set you straight with all that. But for me, it was just going to a liturgy, and for a lot of people, it's just experiencing an Orthodox liturgy and realizing what you've been missing out on. That's really that had such a profound effect on me that I Orthodoxy scared me. The claims of the Orthodox Church scared me, and it said this is the church, period. And being someone who just grew up, just Bible and not really having an account for the Bible, but just being like, it's the Bible. Here we are. We have this, and I would hear people say that and think that it meant I was damned, which isn't necessarily what anybody's saying. It's saying that Christ planted a church. The apostles kept it, and that church still exists, and it's the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, things like you're talking about the transubstantiation of the body and the blood. So, like for instance, with something like that, like if I were to say, you know what, I'm gonna become a catechumen and I'm gonna convert to Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
Would a belief like that, would that be something that I would have to profess that I believed in the transubstantiation of the elements of the Eucharist?
Well, again, we're not Catholic. Catholics are the ones that hammered out transubstantiation. Catholics became very scholastic about everything and tried to hammer everything out, whereas Orthodox, we maintain the mystery. But yes, we do believe it's truly the body and truly the blood of Jesus Christ, truly.
But I'm saying, is a Orthodox Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, whatever, would they have to profess, I believe that is the biological, scientific blood and flesh of Christ in order to join the Orthodox Church?
I mean, we don't say biological, scientific, but every time we are about to partake of the Eucharist, we say, I believe and I profess that this is truly the body and truly the blood of Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got you.
Is that something,
like
well, if you're raised Baptist, is that a difficult thing for you?
Well, I mean, it's just a significant part of most Protestant churches is that they do believe that it's symbolic.
Yeah.
That it's not the literal flesh and blood.
Yeah.
As for me personally, I'm of the school to where I don't believe that it makes a significant difference what an individual might subjectively believe in their mind about the actual, chemical makeup or whatever of the elements.
Well, I'll say this. The Protestants believe it's not the body and blood of Christ. The Protestants are right. It ain't. But what we have is.
Yeah. But, I'm just saying, like, me, I don't have, like a lot of Protestants, they refer to the Catholic churches over there, Romans and the Orthodox, as, like I've heard, I'm not a Catholic basher, but I've heard people bash, the Catholic churches. They'd say, oh, they're practicing cannibalism basically because they believe that they're actually eating, the human flesh and drinking the human blood.
Well, have you read John? You know what I'm referencing when I say John 6.
Oh yeah. This is my body's broken to you and all that kind of stuff.
Well, he says my body is true food, my flesh is true food, my blood is true drink. He said it with such exactitude that many followers left him. It's the hard teaching. It's the thing that's difficult to get past. And he's like, no, he basically sat there and said, this isn't a metaphor. This isn't pretend. I'm telling you the truth. My body is food. My blood is drink, period. And so I don't know anybody. I don't know how a Protestant can read that and not, I genuinely would get scared when I read that because I knew that as a Protestant, they didn't believe that. And I was like, if you don't believe that, well, Jesus sure did.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe that membership in the church, in the body, being saved, being reconciled back from God, would hinge on whether or not you believed that was a metaphor or whether or not you believe that that was literally the flesh and blood, would your eternal destiny?
Well, see,
hinge
yeah,
on
that's
that?
what that's more going back. Right now, you're in a like kind of a Protestant mindset, and so these things become this sort of like a lot of this comes from the scholasticism of Catholicism. Is everything becomes this sort of like rigid thing? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? What do I have to believe to be saved? And it's a much in Orthodoxy, as in the original church, it's a much more holistic thing. It's not just I said the thing and now I'm saved and everything's over. Salvation is a lifelong process. I'm saved. I'm being saved. I will be saved. It's not just.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. That's one of the points that I've battled with a lot of my fellow non-Catholics, especially down here in the lower Protestants, the Baptists, the Pentecostals, the 9 million different versions that call themselves non-denominational, interdenominational, independent.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
all really usually just mad Baptists. They're disgruntled Baptists, most of those people anyway.
That's true.
So yeah, I battle with that stuff too. And like, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I do come from a more Protestant background, but like I said earlier, I don't really consider myself a Protestant per se, as much as it is, because I wasn't raised in the church. And I think that was an advantage in the long term, because when I did come to scripture and come to faith, I wasn't having to overcome a lot of teachings that I had received from mom and daddy and grandmom and granddaddy and Pastor Billy and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, I mean, I knew who Jesus was. I was raised, my mother was raised Methodist her whole life, which is kind of like diet Catholic. Yeah, the high church and everything. So I was raised with an understanding of who God was, who the Christian faith was, sin, repentance, that kind of stuff. But the first time I ever sat in a church with my mother was when she came to church with me on the Sunday morning that my first child was like dedicated or whatever. That's the first time I ever sat in a church service with my mother. Actually, I ended up bringing my mother back to church, you see. And all that kind of stuff. But so me personally, I'm not like a Protestant in the sense that I'm standing on the foundations of all of the solas and all of that sort of stuff. And I'm protesting the Catholics and all that kind of stuff. My position has always been that I want to know truth, and I want to live in truth, and I want to speak the truth, regardless of who that associates me with or separates me from.
Yeah.
You see, and that ends up causing a lot of conflict for me with a lot of people.
I think that's kind of clear. And I wonder, actually, even though you weren't raised religious, you went into religious studies. So it sounds like it was something you were yearning for from a young age. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Like when we moved around a lot, 'cause like I said, my stepfather was in the military.
Yeah.
And I didn't think about this for like years and years. I was fully grown, married, and had kids. And I got to thinking about how, for some reason, so to speak, wherever we'd happen to live, I would find a church within walking distance, you see, and I'd go to church. It was just something that I was like, I'm going to go to church. I don't know if it was the draw to the family. I don't know if it was the leading of the spirit. I would just know that I always would want to go to church, so I would go to church. I didn't go to church every Sunday, and Protestants, I don't know if the Orthodox do this, but Protestant churches, they love stuff like church camp on the summertime.
Yeah.
They come up with all kinds of ways for the church to babysit your kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I never did go on that kind of stuff because we didn't have the money for that or whatever, But yeah, I've always gone in that direction as far as going to church, worship, to learn the faith and stuff. But then my personality and my commitment to what's true, a lot of times I would end up with conflicts in church.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'd show up and they would say all sorts of things. They would take their own, especially when they get down in the lower churches and folks come to church and everybody's got a word from the Lord.
Yeah.
Every time you turn around, there's some woman in the sanctuary that the Lord woke me up last night with a word. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
That's called prelest. And Orthodoxy is the only is the only church that really has this concept. It's the idea of spiritual delusion. And most people in this day and age are walking around in spiritual delusion, thinking their own thoughts are prophecies from the Holy Spirit. And it's it can lead people very much astray. It's just basically that we in the Orthodox Church, prelest is kind of enemy number one. You know, that's what we're fighting against, is our own pride, our own spiritual delusion, our own desire to think that we know and to fill our heads with a sense of spiritual pride and not humble ourselves. You know,
That's
Saint
true. That's
Saint
true.
Anthony saw demons covering the whole world, and he groaned under the weight of the vision. He was an early Christian saint, and he said, Lord, how can anybody get through this? And Christ appeared to him and said, humility. That's the only way through. And in orthodoxy, all of that goes out the window. You focus on humility. You focus on recognizing your own faults, not sitting there patting yourself on the back, saying it's already fixed, I'm good, nothing wrong, and going back and partying and living your secular life. No, you dedicate yourself to the way, the narrow way, which Christ has put before us. I find like a lot of Protestants, they read Paul and they dismiss everything Christ said. And it's a very odd thing. It's like you had God in the flesh speaking. You think that was outdated by the epistles of Paul? I don't see it. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but they see what I think of as a false dichotomy between Paul and James.
Yeah.
You know, between Paul and James, they see this, you know, because there was a struggle in whether or not the Greek could become a Christian without becoming first a Jew and all that kind of stuff. But so, you know, they cling to things like that. But about what you were saying just a second ago, what I began to be really irritated by, that I hear a lot down here in the lower Protestant churches and out in the culture, because I mean, the U.S. is, let's face it, is basically a Protestant country, is this whole idea of personal Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
I have you need to have a personal relationship with the Lord. And what I've started telling people is you don't really get a personal relationship with the Lord. You get the same relationship that was offered to everybody, right? There's like the standard, Christ, come to me, you who are weary and heavy laden, I'll give you rest and stuff. When you start hearing someone talking about a personal relationship, they're not necessarily, at least down here in these lower Protestant churches that I'm a part of, they're not just talking about religious practices like your prayer life and that kind of stuff. What they're talking about is coming up with these ideas.
Yeah.
And then when someone in religious authority tries to call them to account, they say, well, that's what the Lord shared with me. And, my faith just isn't like your faith. It's just a part of my personal relationship.
Well, that's the issue in Protestantism, is because there is no real authority. All there is different people who went to different seminaries, and they're like, no, I think I got it right. You got a million different Protestant churches talking a million different theologies. And so there is no actual position of authority, when in the New Testament, they were setting up presbyters. They were setting up people to lead the flock. In fact, Paul warned Timothy not to lay his hands and pick the next priest. Do not do it speedily. Like, make sure you know what you're doing. And that laying on of hands has continued. We have a succession in the Orthodox Church all the way back to Paul and Peter and the apostles themselves. So our tradition, our teachings, they have not strayed from the teachings of the original church and thereby of Christ himself. So there's a real issue in Protestantism where they have no spiritual authority, whereas the Bible is constantly talking about the elders and the authorities. Who are these elders? Who gave them this authority? And also, even with the Bible itself, they cling to the Bible, but the person who created sola scriptura was trying to take James out of the Bible. And in the year 1666, which is a very strange year to be doing this, they removed the Deuterocanon from the King James Bible. And so a lot of these things that have, and this Bible, by the way, was put together by the Orthodox Church in somewhere in the 4th century. And so and before that, these documents were protected by the disciples of the disciples of the disciples of Christ, often by their lives, So this is like, there's a whole thing here where this Protestant thing kind of pops up, and it creates a million different ideas and a million people thinking God's talking to them. And meanwhile, Orthodoxy is standing here, as it always has, and just waiting for people to come back and join the true ark of Christ, which is not going to leave. Christ said the gates of hell will not prevail against it, and they haven't, and they will not.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like I said, there's I'm definitely interested in I'm considering all that as far as orthodoxy goes.
Yeah.
I've talked to my wife even about it, and I said, if it's just a handful of differences that I need to get past, I need to work through, I need to reconcile, because like I didn't become a Christian because I wanted to fit in with a group.
No.
There was no emotional sermon. It wasn't that I was afraid to go to hell. There was none of that. You see what I'm saying? It was literally all I know is once I was blind and now I see, and I've remained in the faith for the same reason Peter said to Jesus, if we leave you, where are we going to go?
Yeah.
I mean, where am I going to go? That sort of stuff. There is no other place for me. So if I did move into Orthodoxy, or even if I moved into higher Protestant churches that have more of a liturgical setup, you see, because like us Baptists and Pentecostals, we'll find a shut down Kentucky Fried Chicken and put a church in it any day of the week. You know what I'm saying? We don't care, We're just, this used to be a Family Dollar. We can put a sound system in here and start taking up offerings, we can do that. So, even if I moved into the higher Protestant churches that have a lot more in common, at least in religious practice with Catholicism and Orthodoxy and stuff. But, like I said, I want to live, I want to know what truth is. And I know scripture tells us that Jesus is truth. But I want to know what is true, and then I want to live in truth. If that associates me with the Orthodox, or if it separates me from the Baptist or whatever, it would be completely antithetical to my character in 54 years of life to say, oh, no, I can't go do that because I have to cling to my, 36 years, 35 years of being Baptist.
Well, I don't think I don't think it's a coincidence at all that you're here today, and because that's actually everyone here who watches my show. Maybe not all of them, but my audience, Jim Bob's audience. That is the mindset. The mindset is seeking truth above all else, and if you earnestly seek, I think you'll come to the same conclusions we did. There's a lot there's a lot going on in the world of what modern people call Christianity. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance and questions that people kind of fight off, don't want to think about because it's too difficult. But once that doorway is opened and you start really kind of considering the history of the church, the way the church has talked about itself, the way the Bible has talked about the church and all that, you start to realize that there's a huge chasm between what's being talked about in the Bible and what modern people consider Christianity.
Well, that's true. That's true. And I mean, I've talked about that a lot. And I've preached that from Protestant pulpits before, that most Christians in the United States, they actually practice the American public religious tradition. They're not practicing Christianity.
Yeah.
They'll let people make this art of like the crucifix submerged in a glass of urine. And they'll say, well, that's freedom of speech. But if they climbed up the face of Mount Rushmore and chopped off George Washington's nose, they'd be ready to kill people.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, dude, I'm not.
God? When I become czar of Orthodox America, there ain't going to be no crucifix in a jar of urine. That's immediate exile at best.
Yeah, I know people. Like I said, I'm here in Mobile County, Alabama, and this is a big college football state. And man, there will be people ready to beat each other up over Alabama or Auburn.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But then when it comes to things like Christ and the eternal destiny and stuff, they say, well, people got to believe. You got to be able to believe whatever they want to believe. And here's a phrase that I've learned to despise. There's two things you don't need to talk about in public. That's religion and politics.
Yeah.
And then they'll turn around and complain about Drag Queen Story Hour.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you idiots, we got Drag Queen Story Hour because you're afraid to offend somebody at work talking about religion and politics.
Amen.
But it's that American way, and Donald Trump's first term, which I broke down and did vote for Trump this time, but I didn't the first two times. And I got so sick and tired of seeing these people that they couldn't quote you 3 or 4 Bible verses, but they would be all over Facebook because, you know, that is the social media retirement home, right? That's where all the old folks are at on Facebook. They'd be all over Facebook sharing these memes talking about how God picked Trump and Trump was God's man and stuff. And I was like, the dude doesn't even profess to be a Christian. You know what I mean? What is it here? It wasn't even that I was necessarily against Trump. But the way so many of these people, mainly Protestants, you know, as far as I know, everybody I knew of, it was Protestants. They wanted, it's like they were creating this iconography almost of Jesus reaching over Trump's hand in the Oval Office, over his shoulder, helping him write stuff. And I'm like, you people, this is like idolatry.
Yeah.
You know,
Very
it's just
crazy.
It's absurd, but it's like you were saying, with there being no real central authority in Protestantism, and the whole belief in this personal Lord and Savior and personal relationship. I mean, there was nowhere if that person was not already committed to the truth. If they weren't already committed to the truth, no matter what, then there was no way to really discuss it with them to get them to see the error of their ways.
No, a lot of people would prefer a comfortable lie. They prefer something that's working for them. Sometimes the truth, you know, when you're seeking the truth, you have to go through a lot of pain, and you gotta often you end up losing, you know, friendships and stuff like that. But Christ said, "I came here to bring the sword. I came here to divide brother against brother." And it's like, you have to choose God over everything.
Yeah, see, that's the masculine gospel, you know, and that's something I've ended up offending a lot of my fellow Protestants with here lately, is speaking against this whole feminine gospel thing.
Yeah.
You know, where you go to church and everything's about the joy in your heart, and the burden was just lifted away from me. And not that stuff is not true, but that's all you hear.
Yeah.
And when you try to speak anything that's masculine, then you get chastised and they call you a fire and brimstone preacher.
Well, I think Protestantism is atomizing more and more, and as it goes, it's going to become more and more absurd and show its fruits. The one thing that will remain when it's all said and done is the Orthodox Church. And I'm sorry, go ahead. No, you go.
No, we have a Greek Orthodox here in Mobile.
Yeah.
A Greek Orthodox church. They have, of course, Greek Fest every year.
That's fun.
So, you know, I can go and eat plenty of food and listen to the music, and I can watch everybody else dance around, you know, at 315 pounds and a whole bunch of dancing going on for Big Daddy, you know. But one thing that I did, like the first time I went into that church there, something that I did appreciate and admire is how the church is built to where everywhere you look, there's a reminder and there's a teaching of the faith and the church and all of that sort of stuff everywhere you look. Yeah. Like I said, as opposed to us Baptists and Pentecostals, man, we'll just, give us an old shoe store. We'll make that into a church. Yeah. You know what I mean? But
it's a great cloud of witnesses, that great cloud of witnesses in the book of Revelation. That's, that's talking about the eternal kingdom. So the people that died in the faith, the people that died in Christ do not die. They live forever. So it's the idea is that they are with us even then. And so when we go into the church, we're reminded of the saints of the past, the people who followed the path and live eternally in Christ. They're not in the grave. And so it's a recognition of what Christ says about this eternal kingdom, that we are surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. We are surrounded by people who have walked the path, people who have fought the fight to the end. And those people are not gone. Those people live forever. And so that's what, when you're stepping into that, that's what you're seeing. You're part of the eternal church. It's got a physical form down here, but it's got an eternal form, and that's in the kingdom of God.
Yeah, man, I get it. I really enjoyed it. I hadn't been to Greek Fest down there in a few years, but I enjoyed going down there and, touring through the church. I was there one year with a friend of mine, and one of the priests happened to be there, and we talked with him at length for quite some time, about things like the way that they did the Eucharist and that sort of stuff. And he talked about how, that there were only certain people who were ordained or whatever to even go up on the platform, the stage, behind the altar, and handle that sort of stuff. And, of course, being raised heathen and then becoming I say becoming a Protestant because I can't think of any other way to describe it, even though, again, I'm not protesting anything. But like that, there was still that sort of a independent flavor in me to say, well, man, that seems very rigid and, overly official. But then the other side of that was an appreciation for the respect for the holiness and the uniqueness and the honor of things that are holy.
Yeah.
You see, whereas in the churches that I'm a part of, it's like Jesus is your homeboy.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And I mean, and I don't have a problem
it's not
with
being treated with the proper respect.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem with someone having a feeling of close intimacy like that with the Lord, but it's just so often they end up, and it's because they're not well discipled. They end up going so far as to where, like Jesus is my homie.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind
we were
of
watching
thing.
that
And
break dancer last week. Did you ever see that break dancer who's like break dancing for Christ? Some big mega church. He gets on stage and starts break dancing, and he's like an ex-gang member, and he just keeps screaming Jesus Christ while he's break dancing. And it's like, God bless the guy. But at the same time, that's the fruits of that mentality, is not recognizing it's not worshipful in any way. It's not recognizing that there's no holiness in that, and it's not putting Christ in his proper place, which is, the God of all creation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing that we are missing down here in the lower Protestant churches, and in the 90s, these guys like Rick Warren came out with his whole book, Purpose-Driven Life, Purpose-Driven Church, and all of this push to be relevant to the community, to where the churches became like a one-stop shop like Buc-ee's or Walmart or something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that was where they moved towards, to where, and honestly, in the 90s, because it was, I think it was 91, early 92 when I became a Christian. So in the 90s, and keep in mind, I was barely 20 years old at the time. Man, I loved a lot of that because it was fun, and there was a lot of community, which I hadn't had a whole bunch of growing up. I loved that. I loved the more contemporary music. Now, at that era, it wasn't anything. It wasn't much like what we have today. It was, it was a lot more reserved. So I took part in a lot of that sort of modernization of the worship services and stuff, really promoted a lot of that. But over about the last 10 years or so, I'll see it on some video of, I don't know if you're familiar with these national contemporary Christian music tours like Winter Jam and stuff, but it's like you go to a lot of these modern churches now, and you're sitting there and it's like worship, and you feel like you're in a concert. You feel like you're in a concert, man. It's just the booming in the ears, and the congregation, they're not worshiping.
No,
they're watching the band on stage play the music. And I see stuff like that, on television and stuff. And I'll tell Deidre sometime, I say, I am embarrassed that I played a part in promoting that sort of stuff in local churches around here. But I mean, in my defense, I didn't know any better,
Yeah.
But as I grew in my faith, and began to understand more, then I began moving more away from those type churches.
Well, I've had my experience with those sorts of churches, and they were part of what, ultimately led me to Orthodoxy. I'm not going to go over my whole story tonight because I do have to get back to music. This is mainly a music show, so we kind of go back and forth. But I would like to talk to you again, and kind of, because I actually spent some time looking for church, because I knew Christ was, I knew Jesus was Lord, but I didn't know what that meant. And I think a lot of people throughout history have had that experience where they're like, okay, I know that Jesus is Lord, but now what? And what does that mean? And where do I go? And how do I worship him? How do I worship God? And, and these things, often they seem hidden from modern man. And so I remember going to places like those churches where it's like, They got a bunch of snacks and treats out front, and they're like, "Y'all ready for church?" And then you go
Coffee shop,
in.
bookstore.
Yeah, and it's a laser light show and a big band, and they're like, "This is church," and I never felt further from God than in those churches. I remember seeing everybody. I would go to this church, and I remember seeing everybody having these moments and hands in the air, and I remember feeling so distant from God that I thought He didn't want me. That's what I thought. I was like, He must not like me. God must not like me because I feel further from God here than anywhere I've ever been. And it wasn't until Orthodoxy that I realized, no, it's just, that's prelest. They're in a spiritual delusion over there. They're not seeing clearly. And
Well, it's the feminization of those churches, because the worship is founded on nothing but emotional experience.
yeah, but you can do that in Protestantism because you can hijack the Bible and make it mean whatever you want. That's any
Right.
interpretation is equally valid because there is no authority.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just make it up as you go in many cases, but it's that emotionalism. They'll say, "Oh, I feel the Lord," and really they're just caught up in like an emotional experience.
Yeah.
A lot of that's the influence. What you're talking about, that kind of stuff, is the influence from the Protestant churches. I mean, the Pentecostal churches.
Yeah.
The Pentecostalism that shifts the focus from Christ to the Holy Spirit.
Well, bro,
And
I think you're seeing things pretty clearly, man. For a Baptist, I gotta say, you're tapped in, bro. We hope
Well,
that.
like I said, I go to a Baptist church because they're the ones down here in the lower Protestants that I can come up with the most things that we're on the same page about.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely not locked in, like my sister-in-law, like I said, my wife was raised Southern Baptist. When she was getting ready to get married,
Yeah.
she said something about the little church she was going to get married in was a Baptist church. And she was talking about how little it was, and it didn't have a really area to have a reception. I said, "Well, why don't you go use another church?" And she told me real quick, "Oh, I would never get married anywhere but a Baptist church." But
Yeah.
I'm not that committed to the term Baptist. What the sign says out in front of the building is not that important to me. It's a matter of what is true. Is what I believe true? If it's not true, then I need you to come convince me of what's true. And I'm not easily convinced. Convince me, because I want to walk in, live in, and teach what's true.
Well, I'd definitely like to invite you to come back again, and we could talk more about this if you want to come on next show's over. And check out Jim Bob's channel. He has a lot of
Oh yeah, I've
information
been
on this
subscribed
stuff.
to him for a while.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, the Dane fan club is official. We're gonna put your links in chat, and we're Daniacs out here. I don't know. We've already coined the term. We're a bunch of Daniacs out here, and
poor
we'd love
thing.
to have you back and talk about this stuff further. And I would definitely recommend, even this weekend, checking out a liturgy and just experiencing it for yourself and see how you
Man,
feel.
I've been hearing a lot of people online talk about they're becoming these ortho bros, whatever that is.
Yeah.
So I may have to, if I were to convert to Orthodox, I might have to wait until that trend passes, because I'm like anti-trend. I am
Well, we're not ortho
trendoclastic.
bros out here. We're ortho
I am
thugs out here.
Trendoclastic.
Yeah, me
I'm
too,
fighting
man.
the trends.
Me too, man. And we're not ortho bros over here. We're ortho thugs. So
I got
rest assured, nobody wants to be called a thug.
Well, I already have the beard, man, but it's real white, man. I already have the beard. I tried to dye it for a while, and my wife said she wanted a gray-haired beard. So I said, okay, as long
Well,
as you keep making my sandwiches, I'll grow the gray out.
all right, man. Well, hey, thank you for coming on. We're posting your links in chat. Please come by again soon. I'm going to head to a commercial break, and then we're going to get back to music. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Dane. We got him. Exclusive. And I hope it's not the last time. We hope to have you back soon as the leader of the Daniacs. We thank you for gracing us with your presence, man, and we hope you have a great evening. All right. I'll be right back. I need to eat something.
You tired of listening to music's like the equivalent of eating a mayonnaise sandwich? Why don't you get yourself a big New York sausage hot dog?
Why don't you get yourself a New York hot dog? Why don't you get yourself a hot dog sandwich? Why don't you come on over here?
BlossoMStreetRecords.bandcamp.com. BlossoMStreetRecords.bandcamp.com.
You tired of making bad decisions all your life? Why don't you make one good decision once in your life and buy my freaking music?
Why don't you go ahead and go buy my music? Why don't you buy my music? Huh? Why don't you go ahead and go buy my music right now, huh? Buy my stupid music, alright, jerk? What are you, polyamorous? Buy my music.
Come buy my music. Hey, come on, click the link, go to the sink, take a drink. We got a CDs and tapes of it. Buy that stink, cause you know it's stinky, cause we get funky over here, people. And I ain't no funky monkey, man. Colossal Squid Records, Bandcamp.com. Yeah, you can listen to it on iTunes. Yeah, you can listen to it on iTunes. You can listen to it on Rhapsody? Do I look like a swarthy gentleman from the South? Or do I look like a Sicilian scam artist? Hey, I'm just keeping it real. I'm just like you. Hey guys, you want to support my stream? Come on back, buy my music. It's nothing but pressure, and it's no pressure. Just come and do it. Then put it in your boombox and oosh baka. We about to have a freaking flying carousel, carnival, clowns, people flying around, light up buildings, fluorescent lights, a bing bong, da 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 dang 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 dang. It's a carnival. It's a horse ride. It's some fireworks. Oh great, now the white balance is off. What is this? The fight balance? What do you want, a punch? What do you want, lunch? When you say camera phone, you sound anachronistic. Hey, I'm taking a picture of you with my camera phone because this guy hasn't even bought my music. Hey guys, check this guy out. Apparently this is what it looks like when you don't buy Colossal Squid Records music. Ooh. You choose to look like this? Don't you know that if you buy my music, it changes your genetic makeup and gives you a better physiognomy? That's a fact. That's not a lie. That's a fact. Why are my hands this color? That's right, people. I got Dane. What did y'all do? Because I got Dane. Exclusive. Did I start to get a country accent? I can't help it. I feel it still. I just immediately adopt the accent of whoever I'm talking to. I've been doing this since I was a kid. It's a problem. There's no real me. I'm going to try not to think about it too much. I got a couple more bites of this bulgur wheat, and then we're going to get back to the show being over. Maria, this is delicious. Wonderful. I'm hyped to have it. Yeah, we got Dane. And I don't think that's the last time I'm going to see Dane. I don't know. I just had a good feeling about him yesterday. This guy's going to blow up. This guy's going to get big. Everybody, please subscribe to Dane. He's searching for truth. Orthodoxy is the truth. So I think he'll find it. Y'all just got daned. Y'all just got daned on. Y'all just got daned on. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Well, we got some super chats. Reverse Massage said, did we just get daned?
Shoreline Skirt said, God bless Dane. Provo Fresh said, dang old Baptist. What up, Provo? And One Shot said, I like this guy. He's cool. I want everybody to request some songs. Otherwise, it's going to be a short show. And this is my real accent. I always talk like this. I'm just saying. Y'all going to have to start requesting. This ain't a suggestion. Y'all going to give this show indigestion. That's a confession. Bless me with some requesting, and that'd be a true bless. The show's over. Alright, what's the next song?
At reverse_massage super chatted $4.99. Did we just get daned?
Yeah, you just got
bicep
daned.
emoji, smiley face emoji, thumbs up emoji.
Y'all just got daned, man. Y'all just got daned on.
At Mongobel0id super chatted $5.79. I like what you addressed on Orthothugs about American History X. This is why I was disappointed by Kyle's video the other day. Dane Max Singh.
I was talking about Falling Down, not American History X. When did I talk about American History X? I was talking about Falling Down. Joel Schumacher. But yeah, that movie's got something to it. Probably shouldn't. Here's a song. Egg roll fire door type beat. Why you on the street and talk bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on the street and talking like I know. Egg roll fire door type beat. Why you on the street and talking bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on the street and talking like I know. Tried to make it better and I only made it worse. Tried to apologize, ended up cursing. Hey, look at me, I'm the best and the worst. Look at me more, look at me till it hurts. Tried to make it better and I only made it worse. Wanna stop talking but I gotta go to work. Thought I really wanted this, now I'm not sure. Who do you think you are? You're a jerk. Jerk, 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 jerk. Jerk, 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 jerk. You are not a saint, you're a pile of dirt. Dancing on the stream when you could've went to church. Buy my merch, wear my clothes, listen to my songs, watch my shows. Tell me I'm a good person even though I am the worst person I know. Egg roll fire door type beat. Why you on the street and talking bad about me? If it ain't deep, why
Yeah, I
you
could
acting
see
all
Dane
deep?
being a priest. I'm not even lying.
Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on the street and talking like I know. Tried to make it better and I only made it worse. Forgot why I started doing this in the first place. Showing you the hole in my chest cause it works. I don't have a choice, I was doing it for you, King. Telling me I'm cool and you like what I'm doing. This is how I am even when they're not looking. Nice guy turned into a dragon like Luke King. Nice guy turned into a killer like
Wow.
Wu-Tang. I don't wanna do it but I'm scared that I will. I've been never brown since I took the red pills. I've been never brown since before I was a shill. I always was a shill, I've never been a shill. I remember back making videos with Bill.
Thanks, Emily.
People gather around, watch me feel the way I feel. Well, I feel it still. Only difference now is I know that it's real. Egg roll fire door type beat. Why you on the street and talking bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on the street and talking like I know.
Well, my son is dancing.
We got a bunch of bangers today. A lot of good stuff on the list today. I'm excited to play them all for you. And somebody just requested Seismic Girl. Congratulations. That's the first time that's been requested on the show. Congratulations, Snagglebeast. W Snagglebeast, that is for sure the first time somebody's requested Seismic Girl. So that's always fun for me when somebody requests something that I haven't heard requested previously. Yeah, do yourselves a favor, subscribe to Dane. We're not playing. You have to subscribe to Dane. I was thinking that secretly in my mind. I was like, I could see Dane being a priest. And we need priests. Orthodoxy is ascendant. It's growing rapidly. It's growing faster than it can even handle right now. And we're in desperate need of priests. Next song is Safe Mode. Whoops. Next song is Safe Mode.
I've been on the right since the rally. Same face, same old soul, but it's changed cause these day trade snakes going belly up. I don't know if you heard about us, but we're here and we're ready, yo. Show restraint cause the game done changed, yeah, I'm on the radio. Yo, I'm well known. I've been on the right since sicko mode. Heard that one line one or too many times. At my kind, know it's hot and now we want the road. Tired of being blamed by everyone for everything. Send me spinning, but that's part of the plan though. They don't know about the plan though. They play into their hands though. Making more demands, it's okay, I got plans too. Why? Cause you say so. I'm about done getting told no. I'm about done though. 1 or 2 songs and let's all get along. I won't say another word, bro. Dollar signs cause I know no. Sound that I make gonna change our fate. So we rebooting the game into safe mode. No foes in the safe mode. Open up parish doors. We ain't got time for snakes. This is no longer yours. This what they call a since fentanyl. Cave to his wife and the gays and the light skinned niggas can't stop talking about the white folk. Yeah, well now the whites on the right with the new light. We ain't talking right like Shapiro. You ain't seen that type since the 0. Look into my eyes, you will fear us. Ain't no compromise, every heretic and lie to the fire. I'm so tired of schemers. We gon' realign, we the heroes. Don't like it, that's fine, you don't hear us. Never really did, let's not kid ourselves, kid, that's illegal. That's illegal. No rules, fall in line, we don't need you, but you need us. Done being playful. We rebooting in the safe mode. Open up parish doors. We ain't got time for snakes. This is no longer yours. This what they call a takeover.
Right like Shapiro, Maria. That's the anthem. That's the anthem. All right. All right, Dane. Next song is Glurm. Dane, the next song's Glurm, Dane. Come on, man. Here we go. Now, Glurm isn't a complete song, but Sweater is... It's getting closer to completion each time Sweater requests it. Right now, it's just me kind of noodling around, but I got Maria. Can you put it on the docket?
What?
First off, Maria, can you create a docket? The docket involves a few things: the skits I got to make for Ortho Thugs next week, Glurm, and Neo Byzantium. Okay. I don't know if she heard me. She said she's making pasta. I need to get organized. There's too much going on now for me to be putzing around. Sorry, the song's loading. Susan wants to know about your pasta, Maria. All right, this is called Glurm. It's incomplete, but I'm going to complete it this week. Looks like chat froze. Say it with your ovaries. What the hell kind of a thing to say? Oh, I remember.
Chase Crisp Super Chatted $2. Say it with your ovaries.
I don't have ovaries. I think chat froze. I think chat might have froze. What did I do? I think chat froze because I'm seeing a different chat up here on the screen than I am in my little thing down here. And neither of them are... Wait. Okay, that one's moving. That's moving. Okay, that's all moving. Yo, Maria...
These are handmade. The noodles.
Maria just made me handmade pasta. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Eat it while it's hot.
I apologize to all of you. I'm flexing too hard today. Okay, yeah, it froze up there for some reason. Hold on. Let me refresh. All right, I'm just going to go to the next song while I eat this delicious pasta while it's still hot. The next song is Hard Music. Another incomplete song that's just kind of in an Ableton file. Let's do it. Everybody's saying get Dane. I've been working on get glurmed for weeks. Yeah, that's rough, dude. That's not fair. That's not fair to Sweater. All right, I'm going to turn off my mic and I'm going to play the next song. No, I was apologizing for flexing. My wife came over and gave me homemade noodles. And that's just like, that's a lot. That's a lot. I feel like I'm living like a king right now. I feel like I'm living like a king. I'm doing better than I deserve right now. That's for sure. I'm not going to let you listen to me eat. All right. Why is this taking so long to load? Is this the biggest song? Is it going to break my computer? All right, here we go. This song's called Hard.
Massage session kit $9.19. Sorry, there you go.
Great, I gotta say it all twice. Okay, here's what I said just now. I said I didn't realize that I had $10 on there. It's not supposed to be $10. I only change it to $10 to request a song later in the evening when I'm starting to close down. And, you know, then it's kind of like, sometimes I'll go up to 20 as we're trying to shut down. But if you guys ever come to the show and there's a number like that in the beginning of the show, you got to tell me. Because I was just left over from last Friday night. It's not $10 to request a song. Pay what you want. That was an accident. All right. Dang it. I'm upset. You guys got to tell me. Maria, why didn't you tell me?
I did just tell you.
Huh?
I just told you.
You just told me?
I just told you.
When?
Just now.
Thanks, hon.
You're welcome.
Super helpful. All right. So yeah, any price to request a song. It's not $10. Not my job. Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. HMass troll. Not my job. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, dude. That's the ethic that ruins this country. That right there. Not my job. I bet you don't even put away the shopping cart. You just leave it there. For some poor Ecuadorian to put back. For some poor illegal immigrant to put, oh, I guess I'll do it. Since the whites don't know how to keep their cities clean no more. All right. The next song is Jimmy Cracked Corn. Not my job type beat. Not my job. That's from hell, nigga. That is from hell. That phrase. All right. Jimmy Cracked Corn. These are all like non-official songs right now. There you go. Hello said, it is my job. Stepping up to the plate. That's what it's about. It's about stepping up to the plate and doing your part to make society better. Dang, both of these are empty. I gotta go all the way over to the other side of this room. All right. Maria, they were incredible. Is that all of them?
There's a little more for after you're done.
She said there's a little more for after I'm done. As a reward, what I can't just eat when I want.
You'll get sleepy.
I will get sleepy. If I eat any more, I'll get sleepy. That's true. I'll give you that. All right. The next song is Jimmy Cracked Corn.
Jimmy Crack Corn, and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting these hands from culture jams with the oven man. Guess another soldier got caught on it, what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it.
I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what
Thank you,
that
Dane.
meant.
W. Dane.
And I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven man. Guess another soldier got caught. Aren't it what you thought? Nothing here was done for the fun of it.
I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.
All right, every song y'all requested today is like a rap song almost. Until we get to Mr. Smith, which is one away. Dane's going to get the wrong idea about us. He's going to think we're a bunch of hippity hoppity dang old. See, now Dane would have had a word to say there. I didn't. My brain don't work as good. All right. Top Ramen. Oh, I have it downloaded? Nice. Okay. The next song is Top Ramen. Mr. Smith is not hippity hoppity.
I'm so tired of acting like a good dude. Niggas can't play with me, even if they want to. I ain't got those hands, I got that pew-pew. If you want talk that yak, I'ma find you. I'm so tired of acting like a good dude. Niggas can't play with me, even if they want to. I ain't
Stick around for the next two songs after this one, Dane.
If you want talk that yak, I'ma find you.
Seymour Supreme.
You got it.
Seymour Supreme.
That's right, that's fine.
Seymour Supreme.
Yeah, baby.
Seymour Supreme.
Seymour Supreme. One of these days you can find him in the fray, make an example of him to scare away any attempt to speak up and advocate. You are our prey, we will make sure you're afraid.
I'm so tired of acting like a good dude. Niggas can't play with me, even if they want to. I ain't got those hands, I ain't got that pew-pew. If you want talk that yak, I'ma find you. Businessman who come and businessman who go. You thought you were the man, but it was off a show. And if you play with people like me, you won't know that you don't know the world. No, the world is not on, yeah.
I wish someone would play with me. I wish someone would play with me. I wish somebody would play with me. I wish somebody would play with me. Fat nigga forcing me to fight with my hands closed.
I don't.
That nigga porcelain, he gon' light him like a
Snyder
can.
8,950 super chatted $2. What do you call this genre?
What you doing? You said you top ramen. What you saying? You sound so common. Who knows? Every man for himself. You can tell, you really can't tell. What you saying? You're playing that game. Everybody knows I'm top ramen.
Could somebody answer Dane? I don't know how.
Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. 'Cause I can't handle. Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. 'Cause I can't handle this. Oh,
Tony Core?
I can't handle this. Oh, you're coming. You know I'm top ramen. Gonna turn around the slave ship. Got a bullet in the chain.
I don't know. Nice.
Man in the world of man. Gonna test my anger. Make my foes walk blindfold.
99 cents.
Was a whole illusion breaks. They'll see I'm fake and tear me apart. Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. 'Cause I can't handle. Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. Please make a way for me. 'Cause I can't handle this. Oh, I can't handle this. Oh, you're coming. You know I'm top running. I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. Every single step I take, I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. Every single step I take, I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. Every single step I take, I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. Every single step I take, I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. Every single step I take, I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. I keep doubting myself. Every single step I take, I keep doubting myself. Every single step I take, every single step I take, every single step I take, every single step I take.
Dang, yo. When he said that, all of a sudden I realized how odd the stuff I make is. When he said that, what genre is this? All of a sudden I was like, my ears changed, and all of a sudden I listened to this as someone who's just being introduced to what I'm doing the first time, and I was like, where's a... I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing over here, man. I've just been making music for a long time, and it sounds a lot like this. This next song is a little more. These next two songs are a little more straightforward.
I argued in good faith while you built up a case against me, searching for mistakes and joking to your mates about me. I've seen it all before. Another has conformed to what they tell you is the norm. Rebellion in the form of status quo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. Where's Seebeck at?
I watched you give away that thing that made you different, as if it wasn't great. I guess it wasn't good for business. I hear the things you say. I wonder what became of those who heard and walked away. instead of being sucked into that hole. Oh, being so down the river. I save my blade for bigger things. I'm not afraid, I know my king. You seem to hate the love he brings. You cannot fly, so you clip our wings. But you can fly too. Just look to him instead of you. The summer man will see you through.
I'm not getting behind this meme. A lot of memes I'm not going for this week. A lot of memes I'm just straight up not going for this week. Punxsutawney is one of them. I'm not the groundhog. Why even? Seebeck, if you're out there, man, let me know in chat. And I know we gotta do a little setup to get you on here tonight.
Max just messaged me, and he said, "Can you remind Tony to call me on here on Discord?"
All right. I could do that now, or I could do it after nationalism. Let me play nationalism. No. Let me do that first. Here we go. All I have to do is set it up, and it won't even be hard. Guys, thanks for hanging out. Thank you for coming to my show. Unfortunately, the show's over, but I appreciate you being here anyway. Real sticklers. You guys hanging in there, even though it's not, even though it's over. I appreciate the tenacity. I got an interesting guest that I want to present you with. Hopefully, my computer will allow this to occur. I hope this works. I hope what I'm about to try next works. And don't even worry about it. He just called, oh my gosh. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to turn this on. Don't worry about a thing. Everything normal. Hello?
What's up?
Hello?
Hello?
Share your screen.
Alright.
I can't even hear you.
Bruh.
Share your screen. Do it. I gotta do some setting up on my end. Ooh, this thing's different than the other thing. All right, hold on. Oh, there we go.
It's exactly the same.
And then welcome. That's just me.
Huh?
Well, you guys share your screen again, dude.
Yeah. Restarting the software.
I'd like everybody to welcome this. Hi. What's your name?
Huh?
That's interesting. How do you spell that?
my mic working?
You're ruining the bit. I was supposed to talk to the guitar, Seebeck.
Oh, okay.
This freaking guy!
Ask me a question.
Hey, welcome to the show, Fortnite. How you doing, man? That's interesting. Do you see anything cool out there? Zesty. You got any big plans for the weekend there, buddy? So no, that's a no. That sounded like a no. Why don't you show us what you can do real quick? That melted my face. Can you meow like a cat? I'm trying to think of what to ask you. How are you today? Ladies and gentlemen, this part of the bit doesn't work. Seebeck is here, and I want him to show you his guitar skills. This guy is sick at guitar. So just go for it, buddy. Knock their socks off, brother. That's freaking crazy, bro. You're nasty.
Thank you.
That melted my face. That put me in the crypt, brother. That put me in the dang crypt.
Damn, bro. I'm sorry I killed you.
You killed me with that. You killed me with that. I felt myself going corpse mode.
Oh shit, he in corpse mode.
Can I get a few more riffs before we get out of here? Absolutely incredible, dude. You're a dynamo. You're awesome at this.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on the show. I appreciate it, and I will be calling you when I need real guitar on a track.
Alright, I got you.
All right, why don't you play us out with a freaking face-melting solo? He's too powerful. He's taking us on a journey. That's right, people. That's right. Thank you, bro. Have a good one.
Thank you. Yeah, you do.
How do I get out of here? That's right, guys. It's the only place where we talk to the disembodied sound of a guitar. It show's over. And if you don't like that, well, then you can just fight me. My face is fully melted. I felt like I was being blasted away. I felt like my skin was being blasted off my face. The next song is Nationalism, and I will be trying to mute the bad words, which nationalism is not one of.
Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. Well, I'm ready. Cashed in my tokens, I'm ready. No longer broken, I'm ready. Thank God I'm found and I'm ready. Drop through the ceiling, I'm ready. Gonna bare my soul and I'm ready. Go toe to toe and I'm ready. Like a midnight show and I'm ready. Burn down the building, I'm done placating to the wisdomless. I got a deep dark shadow when my fingers itch. I'm gonna save this country, gonna save these kids. I'm gonna show these what the white man is. I'm gonna save this country from the lying. Gonna deport these and I'm coming for you. We'll scrap the whole damn thing and we'll try it again. And this time you're not allowed in. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. It's the hey. Stop old leftists getting way too cozy. These media moguls getting way too nosy. All I ever heard a black man say is you owe me. If it wasn't for us, you'd be a cannibal, homie. It's time we start getting the respect we deserve, instead of giving these people something they didn't earn. These immigrants showing out with a whole lot of nerve. If she was back home, babe, they would have beheaded her. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism.
Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism.
I was thinking that. I was like, do we scare off Dave? Oh, I hope not. I don't know how based Dane is. I think he's pretty based. I don't know how based. Moon Lab is the next track. All right, here we go.
You got me wrong. Now light my fire. I'm on the
Yay! Dane's still here. We played nationalism and Dane's still here. Yes.
And nothing more.
Thanks for coming, Grammy boy.
Train wrecks against me. Streaks across my cheeks. I'm all you'll ever know.
Esquire. Majestic. Ooh, I gotta start highlighting the arrows. That makes it more clear. That makes it Claire Danes. The next song is Dread Assaults. I'm gonna highlight the arrows. Makes it more Claire Danes. Dane! Yeah, last night I had a lot of fun. Though I feel bad. I felt bad for that guy. And I wasn't being mean to him. I don't think I was. I was nice to him. I felt bad for that guy. Everybody ragging on him for being a big fat guy. I'm a big fat guy. And then somebody made fun of him for having greasy hair, but I was just asking. I was a little mean too. You get caught up in it. Oh, gosh. Makes me think of that one song. What's it called? Why can't I fight the tide? It's gotta be some room. Look, I got. I don't know. I'm not even gonna get into it. Get the heck out of here. Speakeasy's a fun channel. Ain't nothing touching Scud. Ain't nothing touching Scud. That's just a fact. That's just the fact of the matter. And I love Speakeasy. But Scud? Hold on. Let me do it. Let me do it the way it should be done. This is the way it's meant to be done. Hold on. It's going to be like this. It's going to be like this. Ready? You can't get out of here. Everyone evacuate the premises immediately. You ain't effing with it. Dread Assaults is the next song. I just typed Dread ASS in my. Okay, here we go. Hold the phones. Hold the phones. Freaking Octavian just gave me a big 20. Thank you, Brom Yofi. Appreciate you.
Super chatted $19.99. Orthodox cross emoji.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, bro. Dane said, Tony, you ain't fat as me. That's one reason I went on panel. Jim Bob offered him a donut. You were like, oh, y'all giving out donuts? I used to be 315 pounds, like last year. Last year. I got a weird little image of it somewhere. I've lost a lot of weight since then, but it got bad. It got bad. Ever since I moved to Alaska, you gotta be careful with that. When I moved to Alaska shortly after I quit smoking cigarettes, and I just blew up like a balloon. with our hands in the air like a gang.
I can face you on Judgment Day, I know. I'm Aladdin on a carpet ride for sure. Eventually the magic dies, oh no. And night falls to fall. Honestly, I'm out of excuses. It was me all along. I know what I did. I think I barely tried.
Wow.
Thought somehow I'd skate by. What will you say? What will you say to me? Lord, I can face you on Judgment Day, I know. I'm Aladdin on a carpet ride for sure. Eventually the magic dies, oh no. And night falls to fall.
Cuts off short because, you know, there's a whole song that goes into. All right, now what? Now we got Shooting Stars. I hope Murder the Media is still here. Murder the Media, you still here, buddy? Where'd you go, buddy? Nick DiCarlo. Maria killed them noodles. All right, the next song is Shooting Stars, which I don't have like a reasonable version of it. All I have is what I have. Oh, nice job, Forge. Nice job, man. What was I gonna do? My head hurt? What was I gonna do? My neck hurt. Oh, I'm playing Shooting Stars. Good to see you, Jason. Kind of feel like peeking in. Kind of feel like peeking in real quick. You mind if I peek in real quick? I just want to take a quick look at what's going on over there. I'll peek in. We'll see what Forge Lloyd's doing tonight.
Moves it. Yes, like with black. That's what the. You know who listens.
That's what lame niggers listen to is pop music.
Oh gosh. Okay. I just dropped the hard R. That was a mistake. And my whole thing broke. Oh no, it's loading. All right. Where's Murder the Media? You requested this. That was crazy. He dropped a hard R the second I got. What the hell, dude? What the hell, dude? That's my little homie. That's my young bull right there. Yeah, me too. Unless I'm really angry. But I shouldn't be speaking out of anger. I can't believe that, bro. I can't believe that. That was Forge Lloyd. Everybody subscribe to Forge Lloyd real quick. Tell him if he streams late, I'll raid him. If you're watching him. Fellers, hard R on Fellers. He didn't even show up. Nick wasn't even here for it. All right, yo, if anybody's in Forge Lloyd's chat, tell him to run late and I'll raid him when my show's over. I'm not going to risk going back there. My computer can't handle it. Also, I have to take a quick break and I won't even tell you why.
Super chat. Now, super chat. Super chat. Now, this is a concept that just makes sense to me. You just give me your money, even though this is free. Hi, I'm Hello Listener. I made you free content. It's free. You can watch it. You can watch it for free. But don't, instead don't. Instead, give me your money and potentially interrupt the flow of the show. Hi, everything is covered in germs. If you don't super chat me, I'm gonna get a disease. I'm gonna touch something with salmonella on it. If you don't give me a big donation. Hi, you didn't buy my music. I told you to buy my music and you didn't. Instead, you super chatted me. Instead, you just gave me money for nothing. Continue to do so. Do it again. This isn't a one-time thing. That was last time. This is a new time. Oh, did you already today? Do it twice today. Did you already give so much? Oh, is your child going hungry? Did you give all your money to Hello Listener? A lot of people have a lot of problems, Cassandra. Okay? I'm gonna get salmonella. Did you know that for the same price as a packet of eggs, you can enrich a fat? Hi, this is the Tyrannosaurus Rex, creature of the jungle, one of the world's strongest dinosaurs. Telling you to give money to Hello Listener, even though this is free. And the reason you would take my word for it is because my teeth are 10 feet long. Okay? Hi, a creature emerges from the swamp. You can't detect its eyes, but you feel it staring at you. Super chat me. Or I'm gonna let it get you. I am...
Ignore those. I don't even want any more super chats. I mean, I need money, but I want to wrap up early tonight. Right message. I'm having a drink. Wish me luck. I'm gonna have some yucky juice. Show's over. The next song is Seismic Girl, which was requested by Snagglebeast. This is the first time the song's ever been...
33 super chatted $1.99. Right message.
Here, walk over, hun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now get out of here. Alright, what am I talking about? I was just saying something. I gotta find the song. Here it is. Alright, the next song is Seismic Girl. I'm sleepy. I'm turning requests to 10. I know I just turned 10 off, but they're 10 now. No dupe, 10. I want hard. I want hard already. Oh wait, that says 1. Why won't this 0 work? This keyboard is whack. I thought it was a great deal. But it wasn't. Stop! Why are you guys doing this? It's weird.
A Turbo Diesel 2077 super chatted $2.32. Your amount and message will be public.
As long as I remember my name, I'm gonna make it back. As long as I remember my name, I'm gonna make it back. As long as I remember my name, I'm gonna make it back. As long as I remember my name, I'm gonna make it back. Hey yo, the sword and the serpent. Yeah yo, I'm sober and certain. Tomorrow is another day. I can make it back. Tomorrow is another day. I can make it back. Tomorrow is another day. I can make it back. Tomorrow is another day. I can make it back. Let him have his pill so he can feel like he's alive again. We're self-medicating cause the medication ain't working. Yeah, this country got ways to turn a person to a waste of skin. They got us turning on each other for a dream that doesn't exist. Ain't that some shit? Hey yo, the sword and the serpent. Yeah yo, we're losing on purpose. Sometimes you'd rather have the bad feelings than feel nothing at all.
What up, Mojo?
He said he'd rather have the bad feelings than feel nothing at all. At all. Tomorrow is another day. I believe in that. Tomorrow is another day. I believe in that. Tomorrow is another day. I believe in that. Tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow's just another day. Coffee and cigarettes, Adderall and airplanes.
Moldy apple.
Smoke stacks. Tomorrow's just
I thought you died in the fire.
day. Underneath his raspy breath, I thought I heard him say, this is the end of us. Yeah. This is the end of us. Yeah.
Nice, man. That's good to hear. All right. So that was Seismic Girl, and we also got another. I think this is the first time this song's been requested as well. Nope, Tony, try again. Crawled out like a turd phoenix. Nice, dude. Very cool. Very cool. All right, let's play Believer. 2 weeks until Bandcamp Fridays. Thanks for reminding me. That Maria, put that on the docket. I have to finish this album.
At Candyman Betrick Super Shattered $5.
Maria.
2 weeks until Bandcamp
There's a
Friday,
docket.
homies.
These are the things on the docket, Maria. I have to finish that album. I have to finish my skits for next week's Ortho Thugs. I have to finish Neo Byzantium. And I gotta get it organized. Am I right, Garfield? Are you guys fat?
I knew what I'd die for. When I saw your face, when I saw your face, now I'm a believer. In a better place, in a better place, newly illuminated.
Pretty much, Dane.
Now I'm a believer. In a better place. In a better place.
Shot in New York and get it like I did. They ain't even notice. Why they hate me? That's so egregious. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. Hop in the chopper, see him like Doppler. I don't need problems. Hop out the fever, fighting off demons. Say you don't mean it. Say you don't mean it. I'm saying I mean it. I'm saying I mean it. Saying goodbye.
I knew what I'd die for. When I saw your face, when I saw your face, now I'm a believer.
Word. Throw up them crosses.
Lost in the sun, feeling like a bum. I don't say nothing. Lost all my best friends, said I turned evil. Same old me.
That's right. Let's see them crosses.
Same old me though. Back in the parish, praying for my parents, gazing at the icons. They say I'm different, call me religious, guess that's an insult. I guess that's an insult.
I knew what I'd die for. Now I'm a believer.
Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan. The next song is Ronald Reagan Made Me Smoke Crack Rock, which features my vocals, but was actually made by the great Dr. Evo. If we can get his link in chat, I'd like everybody to subscribe to him. He's awesome, hardworking. He's the homie. Here's the song.
Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. 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 Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock.
Remember the simpler times, the Reagan era, when we just did crack? Can we just do crack again? Like Rodney King said, let's all just get along and do crack. I'm pretty sure he did crack.
Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock.
Yo, if this isn't his best track.
Smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock.
I just think, it's gotten out of hand. Can we just get back to doing crack? Bro, that's gotta be, as far as his meme songs, what's better than that? That freaking slaps so hard, it's crazy. We're almost down to it. If you do want to request, it's $10, but don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I don't know if I did well this week. I'll have to check. Maria, did we do well this week? We gonna be okay? We'll be fine. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your support. You patrons of the arts. Now, I don't really have a version of this song that's real, but I'll play what I got. This is called I Think of Heaven. Big Boss requested it. I don't know if Big Boss is here. I know he's in my Discord chat. I see him talking in my Discord chat, but I don't know if he's here. Either way, he requested this song. It's incomplete, but I'll get there. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. What? Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. What? Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. What? You're here. Big Boss is here. Whew. It's been a long week. My life is just this now, but it's every week is jam-packed to the point where when Saturday comes, I have to struggle to get myself to vigil. It's takes a lot of work. I'm I just want to rest. I've been thinking about putting aside Tuesdays for rest.
I think of heaven, and I see mountainside lit up
Why?
by northern lights, and I see rivers wide.
There's supposed to be lyrics there.
I think of heaven, I think of paradise. I reach out to touch it down. Remember where I am. But Lord, I'll keep reaching out. 'Cause I know one day you'll take my hand and pull me above the clouds and to the promised land. I finally see it now. I know who I am with you. With you. I think of heaven and I see mountains lit up by northern lights, and I see rivers wide. Dun 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 dun. And no one dies. I reach out to touch it down. Remember where I am. But Lord, I'll keep reaching out. 'Cause I know one day you'll take my hand and pull
Sean
me
Isaac super chatted $4.99. Not enough love in the world.
into the promised land. Father, we'll see you now. You'll finally
Oh, it's $10. Thank you, Shoreline Skirt. I would have played it anyway, but
Sean Isaac super
Sorry.
chatted $9.99.
dang, I love this song. I gotta finish this. I gotta put this on Soft Album Surplus. I gotta put that on. Yeah, Shoreline. I shouldn't have even said that. I shouldn't have even. I immediately was like, dude, it's Shoreline, bro. He gets a pass. But thank you, man. I appreciate your generosity, bro. Play Fente. That's not our thing. I don't have that. What is that? That's not a thing I have. What are you even talking about?
Octavian 33 super chatted $9.99.
That's not even a song.
Play Fent Take My Breath Away, GF.
Thanks for the $10. That doesn't. What are you talking about? It's important you ask ChatGPT. Okay, fine. I'll do it. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT the question you want me to ask ChatGPT. Here I go.
Hey, stop it. Knock it off.
Here I go. What's the last DLC of GTA 4?
The last DLC for GTA 4 is called The Ballad of Gay Tony, and it came out in October 2009.
At Octavian 33 super chatted $9.99. Make it a song.
Oh, I see what you're doing there. All right, let's have some fun with it. The last DLC for GTA 4, it's called The Ballad of Gay Tony, and it's got all the action and more. I hope that hits the right note for you.
What the hell? What the hell?
Dane Snyder 8,950 super chatted $10. Play something okay, gotta get up and fill the ice trees before I go to bed. It's after my bedtime. I'll be listening and checking in, but not chatting as much. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming, Dane. I will.
No worries at all. Thanks for dropping by, and I hope the ice trees get sorted out smoothly. I'll be here if you need me.
What? Look, hold on. Can you do me a favor? I have a weird request.
Absolutely, I'm up for it. Just let me know what you need.
Are you able to make songs?
I can definitely come up with lyrics and even a bit of melody if you like. Just let me know what you're looking for, and I'll give it a shot.
Okay, make a song with a melody and just sing for like a minute straight. And the lyrics are about the name of the song is Fent Take My Breath Away.
Got it. I can definitely come up with some lyrics and a melody for you. I'll do my best to make it fun and catchy. Here we go.
Are you gonna do it?
I can't actually sing out loud, but
okay, goodbye. I hate you, Big Boss. And I'm not making a song called Fent Take My Breath Away. I'm not your dancing monkey. But thank you for your money. I appreciate it. Put it in my pocket. Not enough love in this world. And then Dane requested just anything. Play something. Don't care what. So that's a Tony's Choice. That's a Tony's Choice Award. That was crazy. That was crazy. He was like, here I go. And then just sat there silently. I was like, are you going to do it? He's like, oh, I can't actually do that. Can you believe that? Imagine if we went through life like that. Sure thing, boss. I'll get right on it. And then just stand there looking at him. Anything you say, Chief. I'm your guy. Gotcha. All right. Next song is Persnickety.
Yes, sir.
Maybe if I get in shape, I can perform this one day again. This song used to kill me.
There's always something to take me from your arms.
I'll fix it, Maria.
Someone else selling.
You can fix it on the computer.
Shelter from the storm. I forgot what fools we were. We're destined for death. Ooh, I for one can't tell no more the difference, the difference. So hold me close, never let go. I don't want someone else. I don't want someone else. The tentacles suck me down, but we are something. We are something. Deserving of love. Will nothing resolve?
I got Stan. That is a good final song, Shutterstock. That's another one I don't think's been requested. I love these. I love these songs that are they're like undiscovered bangers. I mean, I like it when you guys find undiscovered weird songs too, but the undiscovered bangers are fun too. Yo. Yes, we do. You've come to the right place, Humboldt. We do have his links. The next song's called Not Enough Love in This World.
Don't you get this feeling like there's not enough love in the world? Always had this feeling like there's not enough love in the world. Don't you get this feeling like there's not enough love in the world?
But this is I was a kid, emptiness.
Can't escape this feeling like there's not enough love in the world.
But this is I was a kid, emptiness,
Man, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful, man. I'm so grateful. Thank you. I'm so grateful to everyone who comes and watches my shows and requests my songs and appreciates what I'm doing over here. I just want to say it means a lot to me. This is the last song, I believe. This next song is going to be the last. And I am going to play Shutterstock like Snagglebeast requested. And I really am grateful. I really am. Thank you for, thank you.
In the nighttime, I could feel my life pulling from me, pulling from me. A sharp gas to bring it back, keep me going, but I can't sleep. In the nighttime, I could hear my mind telling stories, what I should be. I believe I'll miss a point again, but it's okay, it's okay.
Agreeable to hell.
I did it all for you. Nowhere to go, nothing left to do. But it's okay, I'm ready to let you go. You're killing me, and I don't want you no more. Feels like I'm falling in place. The ground forever gives way. The ground forever gives way. I'm getting used to things changing shape. I stopped trying to adjust my eyes. No longer try to keep track of it. I just let it wash over.
made in Ableton. All right, Forge Lloyd is changing his redirect settings right now. The show, so I'm going to thank all the new subs or members, and then we're going to chill for 1 second before I end the stream so he has time for me to raid him, because right now I can't raid him. He has to fix it. So I'm going to thank everybody, and I think that's this one. Here we are. Hey guys, we had a fun night tonight. It's a short night, but that's okay, you know. And Randolph Wessler, and If It All Fails, and Jack the Guitar God, and dang Whitewood, and dang AB over here, and Marlin, and oh, if it ain't Derek, and you know it's rhetorical ascetic, good God, Father, okay, and that's Jesse C, and that's chair throwing Italian. And we don't like them Italians around here, around these parts. Marcus Antonio, that sounds Italian. Emily Dalton, why don't you capitalize them letters, you a proud Germanic woman. Bobby Ballbags. Paisia Prayer, Mr. Fist 07, Jacob Makes Waves. I'll be making waves on your head, you don't shut your dang mouth, Jacob. What's that? Krager? Hey there, Mike Duff. Long time no see. Long time no see. Not a bird. Speakeasy. Felix. Bloody dang Clarence dang. El Sheepo Doggo and Chris Rodriguez. These are new people and we love them. And we're thankful for you. We're thankful for everyone who super chat, who requested, who listened, who stuck around and thought, now this is something. Now this is really something over here. And we want to thank good old Dane for coming around blessing us with his presence. Thank you, Dane. We love you. As a proud Daniac, I just want to say dang thank you. I want to give a big dang thank you to Dane. Let's see if I could do this. Trying to redirect to Forge Lord real quick. Man, you better fix these privileges, bro. We're on that time. I already said all the things. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. Everybody, if you're not subscribed to Ortho Thugs, subscribe to Ortho Thugs. We're doing big things over there. Big things. And I think this next week we're going to unveil Scud. I think we're doing Scud this week. This dude is tripping. I'm watching him struggle. I'm watching him struggle to do this right now. We Ortho Thug today. Pray that Dane becomes a priest. I can't wait for Dane to be a priest. And pray for me. I'm out here in the world. You know. Pray for me. I'm shook. You know, I'm shook. Or is it for specially privileged people only? Well, once we get things underway, we'll start having more and more things go on. At first, it might be just some higher tier, like some famous people. But as it grows in popularity, we're going to have more and more debates. And we're gonna, we're not like elitists over here. But right now, it's a once a month thing. Maybe once we get it to once every 2 weeks, then we'll start to open it up more. But I'm sure, talk to Jimmy. I'm just a creative genius. You know what I mean? I'm just a creative genius, brother. I'm just a simple old creative genius. If we can't raid, just go to the link. Why the long face? Nice. Ill. Ill to your name, though. Good joke. Ill to your name. Alright. Well, looks like he didn't pull that off. Big L. Y'all can just go over there with your dang selves. Go over to Forge Lloyd, tell him Tony sent you, and have a great night. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. He did it?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. He apparently did it. Yo, my computer is gasping for air right now. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. This is just sad now. This is bordering on sad. This is bordering on full-on sadness. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. I'm gonna raid him. I'm doing stuff. Don't worry. Here we go. There it is. All right. Go show my young bull some love. As I was saying, if you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you are Orthodox, go to church.
In a garden brimming with gold and green. No mosquitoes, no predators, no need. I can see you staring beyond my dreams. I can hear you singing a song of peace. As a wave of love washes over me. See the light like diamonds shine through the trees. Every breeze whispers of eternity. I am finally where I'm supposed to be.
Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't.